Chapter 1037. The way he addressed him had changed. He directly called him Hall Master, which could improve the relationship between the two of them. If it were in the past, Wang Qingfeng would definitely not be so easy to talk to. He would pull a long face and at most call him Hall Master Qin. He would definitely not call himself a subordinate. Now that Wang Qingfeng was so humble, it was obvious that it was very difficult for him. "Oh, Hall Master Wang is here. May I know why Hall Master Wang is here?" Qin Gongliang also saw Wang Qingfeng and bowed next to Wang Qingfeng. Wang Qingfeng did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, "Hall Master, Xiaoyang is a good friend of my disciple. I know that Xiaoyang hurt your grandson Huang Daoming, so I specially came to apologize. I hope you won't take it to heart. In addition, we have also prepared some gifts and cultivation resources. I hope you will kindly accept them. Of course, I am also here to pledge my loyalty. If Hall Master needs me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Bao Dating's eyes were wet. In the past, his master was so proud and aloof. He was like a rock who never bowed his head. Now, for his sake, she had actually lowered her voice and groveled to such an extent. She felt too guilty and blamed herself too much. "I'm sorry, master," he thought in his heart. Qin Gongliang was dumbfounded. What's going on? Wang Qingfeng, the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall, actually came to plead for his disciple's friend? Am I seeing things? Or did I hear wrongly? Qin Gongliang could not believe it. After all, he knew Wang Qingfeng's character very well. He was a very arrogant and conceited person who would never lower his head. He would always have an arrogant look on his face. But now he was pleading for Xiaoyang, whom he had never met. Was the world upside down? If he was pleading for his disciple Bao Dating, he could still understand. After all, he was his disciple, and he would definitely dote on him. However, for a disciple's friend, he was willing to put down his old face. What kind of joke was this? Well, none of that was important. The important thing was that Qin Gongliang had just fallen out with Xiaoyang. If it was just a falling out, then forget it. The problem was that he couldn't beat Xiaoyang, which meant that he couldn't do anything to Xiaoyang, so he couldn't continue to pursue the matter with Xiaoyang. On the contrary, Xiaoyang had the evidence of his crime and even subdued the witness, Lu Qifeng. He was still worried that Xiaoyang would make a fuss about it. If anyone were to plead for leniency, it should be him, Qin Gongliang, begging for leniency. Of course, Qin Gongliang had also begged Xiaoyang before, but Xiaoyang refused. But in the blink of an eye, someone came to plead for Xiaoyang. Wasn't this awkward? Qin Gongliang coughed dryly. His expression was a little conflicted and depressed. He glanced at the door of the side courtyard and said lightly, "Hall Master Wang, you're mistaken. If you were willing to plead for mercy for me, I would be grateful to you. Why are you pleading for mercy for Xiaoyang?" Stupid? Wang Qingfeng and Bao Dating were dumbfounded. For a moment, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. In their understanding, Qin Gongliang belonged to the high and mighty one, while Xiaoyang belonged to the weak one. If they were to plead for leniency, the weak one would definitely plead for the strong one. However, what was wrong with Qin Gongliang? It seemed that something was wrong. "Hall Master, what are you doing?" Wang Qingfeng looked at Qin Gongliang with confusion on his face. He couldn't understand why Qin Gongliang would say such a thing. In this world, there was still someone who needed to plead for mercy for Qin Gongliang. Then, they saw Xiaoyang coming out of the side courtyard. Qin Gongliang glanced at Xiaoyang and couldn't help but snort. Then he said coldly, "Xiaoyang, how about we let bygones be bygones?" Hearing Qin Gongliang's words, Wang Qingfeng and Bao Dating were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened and they looked at him in disbelief. They had been thinking that Xiaoyang must have been bullied and pursued, and that they should plead for mercy for Xiaoyang as soon as possible to resolve this matter as soon as possible. However, at this moment, Qin Gongliang actually hoped that Xiaoyang could let this matter go. What in the world had happened? Wang Qingfeng and Bao Dating both looked at Xiaoyang in a daze. Xiaoyang glanced at Bao Dating and Wang Qing Feng gratefully. When he walked to the door just now, he heard the conversation between the three of them and naturally understood the twists and turns in it. It turned out that Bao Dating found his master to plead for mercy for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was also sincerely grateful to Bao Dating for everything he did for him. He remembered that before Bao Dating left, he told Xiaoyang that he would find a way to help Xiaoyang settle this matter. It turned out that he had brought up his master. It was also from the conversation between the three of them that Bao Dating's master turned out to be the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall. His background was really not weak. Chen Gongliang, let's do business according to the rules. This matter is not negotiable. I have never been a person who is easy to bully. You actually schemed against me and wanted to use others to deal with me. How can I let this go? Xiaoyang replied coldly, appearing very unyielding. From Xiaoyang and Chen Gongliang's attitude and aura, it could be seen that Xiaoyang was definitely the stronger side, and Chen Gongliang belonged to the weaker side. Humph! Chen Gongliang snorted heavily. Seeing that Xiaoyang was not in a good position to speak, he left a harsh sentence and turned to leave. This almost made Wang Qingfeng and Bao Dating doubt their lives. They originally wanted to plead for mercy for Xiaoyang, but now it was Xiaoyang who took the initiative. It was too unbelievable. Brother Xiaoyang, you? Bao Dating looked at Xiaoyang in a daze, not knowing how to ask. Logically speaking, shouldn't Xiaoyang be the one to give in to Qin Gongliang? Why was Qin Gongliang giving in to Xiaoyang now? And Xiaoyang did not agree. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Brother Bao, Hall Master Wang. Xiaoyang smiled slightly, put away his cold face, and cupped his hands to salute. Bao Dating hurriedly returned the salute, while Wang Qingfeng nodded. After all, he was already old, and as the deputy hall master, there was no need for him to return the salute. Brother Xiaoyang, what the hell is going on? I have been kneeling in front of Master's cave for several days and nights. Look at my swollen knees. Bao Dating felt very wronged. In order to help Xiaoyang, he did not know how much effort he had put in and how much he had sacrificed. He even embarrassed his master. However, Xiaoyang easily solved this matter, making their hard work and efforts go to waste. Thank you for your hard work, Senior Brother Bao and Hall Leader Wang. Thank you for your kind intentions. I, Xiaoyang, am unable to accept it. Xiaoyang cupped his hands again with a sincere expression. At least they were willing to help him, which was worthy of gratitude. Haha, it's nothing. Brother Xiaoyang, it's good that you're fine. Bao Dating was an optimistic person. Seeing that Xiaoyang was fine, he was immediately happy. Chapter 1038. Wang Qingfeng also laughed embarrassedly. He originally wanted to come over and help, but he found that his efforts were in vain. He could not help at all. Instead, he was laughed at by others. He almost lost his old face. It was better not to continue to embarrass himself here. Xiaoyang, it's good that you're fine. Disciple, accompany Xiaoyang. All right, I won't interfere in the affairs of you young people. I'm leaving. Wang Qingfeng did not want to continue to embarrass himself here, but just as he was about to turn around and leave, Xiaoyang stopped him and said, Senior Hall Master Wang, please wait. I wonder what else you have to say. Wang Qingfeng gave him face and asked with a smile. One had to know that even Qin Gongliang compromised with Xiaoyang. It could be seen how capable Xiaoyang was. He was a mere deputy hall master. He did not even dare to offend Qin Gongliang, so he could not offend Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and said, It's like this. There is a good thing waiting for you. He already had a plan. Since Chen Gongliang was so annoying, he would directly drag him into the water. On the other hand, Wang Qingfeng's character was worthy of praise, so he would help him. It just so happened that Xiaoyang knew about Chen Gongliang's hidden affairs over the years. Lu Qifeng would also be a tainted witness, so it was best to take advantage of this matter to directly drag Qin Gongliang down. I wonder what's the matter? Wang Qingfeng asked doubtfully. Then he saw Lu Qifeng and the others walk out from the side courtyard. As those people walked out, they shouted loudly, "Expose Chen Gongliang's hypocritical and ugly face, and give justice to the victims." Every time they took a step, they would shout, like a group of protesting vagrants defending the rights of justice. When Wang Qingfeng saw this, he couldn't help but feel confused. But soon he understood. His eyes were flowing with light, and his expression was excited. He understood what Xiaoyang meant by a good thing. If he could topple Qin Gongliang, then wouldn't he be able to take over? Haha, Xiaoyang, you're not bad. Disciple, listen to Xiaoyang's teachings in the future. All right, you guys can go about your business. After Wang Qingfeng said this, he immediately used his movement technique to leave this place. Since he already knew what Xiaoyang was going to do next, he had to be prepared. For example, it was time for his friends to move around. Bao Dating still didn't understand and looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. "Brother Xiaoyang, my master, please don't take offense. My master has a strange temper." Bao Dating explained. "All right, Brother Bao, let's go." Xiaoyang also left with Bao Dating. The two of them came to the woolly pavilion again and began to make tea. Making tea and drinking tea were things that Bao Inquire was most interested in. As soon as he arrived, he couldn't help but take out tea leaves, cups, water, and other tools and began to make tea. "Brother Xiaoyang, you're really my confidant. You know that I like tea ceremony, Bao Dating was very happy. He made tea with relish and meticulous care. The two of them began to drink tea. In less than 2 hours, they received a message from Li Shuri, the first palace master, asking them to go and meet the first palace master. Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile, because he knew that it was a success. Haha, good tea, good tea. Xiaoyang drank the tea and couldn't help but laugh. People were in high spirits when happy things happened. Of course, no one doesn't like the tea I make. Bao Dating praised himself happily. Then he was a little disappointed and said, "It's just that the first palace master is looking for us. Otherwise, we could drink for the whole day." In fact, Xiaoyang didn't want to waste the whole day here. The reason why he brought Bao Dating here was just to wait for the news. "Let's go, Brother Bao. Let's go and meet the palace master." Xiaoyang comforted him. The two of them exerted their cultivation and quickly headed to the first palace. When they arrived at the door of the first palace, there was already a person standing at the door. When that person saw Xiaoyang and Bao Dating coming over, he immediately shouted loudly. Then, Xiaoyang and Bao Dating entered the first palace. In the first palace, there were already many people gathered here. Chun Gongliang, Lu Qifeng, Wang Qingfeng, Huang Daoming, and more than a dozen guys whose names he couldn't name. The palace master, Li Shuri, had already asked about everything. He looked at Xiaoyang, smiled, and said, "Xiaoyang, I've wronged you. You're very capable and you did a good job. I don't like those complicated things. I like to settle my grudges. Now, I announce that Chen Gongliang will be stripped of all his duties and grounded for 10 years. His position as palace master will be replaced by Wang Qingfeng. In addition, Lu Qifeng, although you've changed your ways and become a tainted witness, you're still at fault. How about this? You'll be grounded for 5 years. And you guys, you'll be grounded for a year. Reflect on yourselves so that you won't be as stupid as pigs." "Yes, we'll take the order." Chun Gongliang, Lu Qifeng, and the others naturally didn't dare to refute. This was the palace master's order. "Huang Daoming, your behavior makes me feel ashamed. It's good enough that I didn't kill you. What's more, I only crippled your cultivation and expelled you from the first palace. You can fend for yourself." Palace Master Li Shuri snorted coldly and glanced at the crippled Huang Daoming with disgust. He hated this kind of ungrateful person who bit the hand that fed him the most. If it were him, he would have killed Huang Daoming directly. How could he be like Xiaoyang, who only crippled his cultivation? "Palace Master, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." Huang Daoming hurriedly cried and wailed, showing a pitiful look. In the first palace, at least he could rely on Chen Gongliang. If he left the first palace, where else could he go? He would definitely be eaten up by others. In all these years, he had already offended countless people. Those people would definitely not let him off. Leaving the first palace was like asking him to die. Come on, throw him out. Li Shuri, the first palace master, hated this kind of thing the most. He had no backbone at all. Throwing him out was exactly what he wanted. Soon, someone came in and pulled Huang Daoming out of the hall. Li Shuri blinked and looked at Xiaoyang with gratification, saying, Xiaoyang, you did a good job. You can be the captain of the law enforcement hall. In addition, I've signed you up for the competition between the 3 palaces. Don't let me down. Bao Dating, you can be the captain of the law enforcement hall and take over Xiao Yang's position. Okay, you can leave. Yes, sir. Wang Qingfeng, Xiao Yang, and Bao Dating hurriedly saluted and left. Haha, I'll be a member of the law enforcement hall in the future and a captain. Bao Dating was very happy and couldn't help shouting excitedly. Chapter 1039. Wang Qingfeng felt that he was very embarrassing, so he knocked his head and said, That's all you've got. He had already been promoted to the head of the law enforcement hall, but his mood didn't change at all. Xiaoyang, I'll go take care of the law enforcement hall first. If you have any questions, come to me. Wang Qingfeng said goodbye to Xiaoyang and prepared to leave. Take care, hall master. Xiaoyang bowed and sent him off. Brother Xiaoyang, don't take offense. My master is like this. Although he pretends to be cold and arrogant, he's actually very happy. He also knows that this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, he won't be able to sit in the position of the head for the rest of his life. I thank you on behalf of my master. Bao Dating hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, Okay, there's no need to say this between us. You can go lead your team. Oh, don't worry. I'll say hello to Qin Fai and Qin Fajing. They won't make things difficult for you. Xiaoyang added after walking away. Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the other members of the first team had long been sincerely convinced by Xiaoyang. If it was someone else who was the leader, they would definitely object. However, if it was Xiaoyang who took the initiative to ask, then they would accept it logically. The 2 of them were about to find the members of the first team of the law enforcement hall. But at this moment, a jade slip flew in the air. Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown. He stretched out his hand and caught the jade slip. This jade slip was the exclusive communication jade slip of the law enforcement hall. Now that Xiaoyang was promoted to the head of the team, he should take on greater responsibility. Bao Dating also recognized that this jade slip was the communication jade slip of the law enforcement hall. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Xiaoyang, see what happened? Xiaoyang nodded and channeled his cultivation base into the jade slip. Next, an image appeared on the jade slip. On the screen, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the other members of the first squad were all caught and tied up with iron chains. Looking at their bruised and swollen faces, it was obvious that they had suffered a lot of abuse. Isn't this Qin Fai and Qin Fajing? Why are they? Seeing this scene, Bao Dating was shocked. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the image, asking in disbelief. After all, this was the Jiguang sect, one of the top 3 forces in the middle stream, who dared to kidnap Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and other people of the law enforcement hall. This was definitely a challenge to the authority of the Jigo sect. Who is it? How dare you be so impudent? Bao Dating was so angry that his face turned red as he asked fiercely. He was now the leader of the first squad. Seeing his subordinates being captured and tortured like this, as a squad leader, he naturally didn't feel good. After the image ended, a small paragraph of text appeared. The content was, Xiaoyang, Wuli Pavilion, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, they'll be buried with you. Brother Xiaoyang, that person asked you to go to Wuli Pavilion? Come, let's go together. Bao Dating shouted with an impatient look. But after taking 2 steps, he immediately stopped and said worriedly, Something's not right. That person is obviously targeting you. No, you can't go. I'll go by myself, or we can call for reinforcements. What do you think? Since the other party is targeting me, we can't call for reinforcements. Let's go and see the situation first. If we can't handle it, we'll call for reinforcements. Xiaoyang said indifferently. So, the two of them went to Wu Li Pavilion. A few minutes later, Xiaoyang and Bao Dating arrived at Wu Li Pavilion. They saw a person sitting in Wu Li Pavilion. That person was leisurely sipping tea with an intoxicated look on his face. It seemed like he liked the mountains and water here. Is that Qin Gongliang? Why is he here? When Bao Dating saw the person clearly, he was shocked again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiaoyang also frowned and was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Qin Gongliang should have been confined. So why would he appear here? The person who wanted him to be detained was the sect master, Li Shushi. He was the highest authority in the first hall. No one could go against his orders. Qin Gongliang, aren't you detained? What are you doing here? Bao Dating shouted directly at Qin Gongliang. Xiaoyang vaguely guessed, but he didn't say it out loud. Qin Gongliang already knew that the two of them were here. He deliberately put 2 teacups on the seat next to him and then poured wine into the teacups. Then he said indifferently, "You're already here. Why? Don't you dare to come up and sit?" To be honest, Xiaoyang and Bao Dating didn't want to sit with him because they felt that Qin Gongliang was very annoying. However, the other party hadn't shown any hostility so far. So, the other party's invitation was like an invitation from the first hall. They still had to give him some face. Xiaoyang and Bao Dating walked forward and sat down on the 2 empty stone benches. Bao Dating looked at the other party with some anger and said, "Qin Gongliang, what do you mean by this?" He wasn't stupid. He vaguely guessed the answer. Qin Gongliang wouldn't appear here for no reason. It was also not a coincidence to meet him here. There was only one explanation. The other party was the criminal who kidnapped Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. However, Qin Gongliang didn't show his sharp teeth. Instead, he asked them to drink tea. This was a little puzzling. Logically speaking, if the other party just wanted to invite them to drink tea, there was no need to go through so much trouble. The other party had already been sentenced to 10 years of confinement. Now he was involved in the kidnapping. Wasn't he thinking that his punishment was too light? Drink tea first. What's the rush? Qin Gongliang smiled faintly and glanced at the two of them. Then he grabbed his teacup and took a sip. Bao Dating looked at the teacup in front of him and suddenly hesitated. He didn't know whether to drink or not. He looked at Xiaoyang from the corner of his eye and saw Xiaoyang give him a reassuring look. Xiaoyang picked up the teacup and took a sip. He slowly put down the teacup in his hand and said, "You can let them go now." "That's right, Qin Gongliang. You're looking for us. They're innocent. We're already here. There's no need to make things difficult for them." Bao Dating also put down the teacup in his hand and shouted loudly. There was hostility in his eyes. There was already a grudge between the two sides. This grudge couldn't be resolved. Otherwise, Qin Gongliang wouldn't have used this method to force Xiaoyang to come over. "Let them go?" "Sure, as long as you can beat me." Qin Gongliang smiled faintly. There was an indifferent look on his face. "You're shameless. Believe it or not. I'll go back and tell the hallmaster and let him deal with you." Bao Dating shouted loudly. His voice and expression were stern. He often called for reinforcements when he couldn't win. This was something he often did. "Do you think you can leave here?" Chapter 1040. Qin Gongliang's gaze was playful as he glanced at Bao Inquire and asked with interest. This made Bao Dating puzzled. This was the Woolly Pavilion, and there was no one guarding it. It was up to him whether he wanted to leave or stay. Why couldn't he leave? "I'll show you." Bao Dating snorted coldly. He was a little angry. Then he got up, unleashed the power of law, and quickly left. However, after walking for a distance of 10 feet, he seemed to be blocked by an invisible energy. This surprised Bao Dating again. He tried to use his cultivation to break through this energy, but after using several methods, he didn't succeed. Since he had to walk in this direction, he should be able to walk in another direction. Therefore, he turned in another direction. When he reached the same distance, he encountered another strange thing. An energy appeared in front of him, blocking his footsteps. He changed directions more than 10 times in a row, but he still couldn't get out of here. After calming down, Baodating returned to the woolly pavilion and sat in the empty seat. He glared at Qin Gongliang and snorted coldly. "Qin Gongliang, what are you trying to do?" Qin Gongliang chuckled and said calmly, "Kill me or let me kill you, and this matter will be resolved." Yes, he had come here with the determination to die. Huang Daoming was his grandson, but he had been crippled by Xiaoyang. Now he had been expelled from the Jigo sect. How could Huang Daoming, who was useless, survive in this dangerous world? This was equivalent to forcing Huang Daoming to his death. As Huang Daoming's grandfather, Qin Gongliang naturally had to stand up for Huang Daoming. Not to mention, he had also been punished. He had been locked up for 10 years. How could he bear to be alone for such a long time? Therefore, he was unwilling to lose the power in his hands and was unwilling to be punished. Therefore, he resisted to the end. As long as he dealt with Xiaoyang, he might be able to start all over again. Even if he couldn't start over, the Jigo sect couldn't kill him. Even if the punishment was doubled, it didn't matter. At least he could vent his anger for himself. "Xiaoyang, I know I can't trap you. You can leave at any time, but if you leave, these people will die for you, including this one." Qin Gongliang said indifferently with a faint smile on his face. In Xiaoyang's eyes, this faint smile was like mockery and contempt. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and looked at his opponent. His expression was calm as he said indifferently, "Qin Gongliang, this isn't the first time we've fought. Why do you have to be like this? I can't kill you, and similarly you can't kill me. If we continue to waste time like this, the palace master will find out about the situation here sooner or later. At that time you will suffer. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to do so." Qin Gongliang answered indifferently. Anyway, no matter what the consequences were, he wanted Xiaoyang to die or himself to die. What was there to be afraid of when a person who wasn't even afraid of death? Then let's make our move. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows again, and his expression turned serious. Last time when he fought with Qin Gongliang displayed Wu Zun's terrifying cultivation of the 7th rank. If Xiaoyang hadn't used his physical strength, he wouldn't have been able to fight Qin Gongliang to a draw. Both of them were very strong in fighting, and neither of them could do anything to the other. "I've been waiting for you to say this." Qin Gongliang snorted coldly. His eyes lit up, and then he instantly released his terrifying aura. With a flip of his hand, he fiercely attacked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang did not dare to underestimate Qin Gongliang. He snorted and immediately unleashed his cultivation base and physical strength to attack Qin Gongliang. The two of them went back and forth, and in an instant they exchanged more than 100 blows. Neither of them could win. In terms of fists, feet, body movement, martial arts, and so on, they were still on par. After fighting for half a day, the two of them still couldn't determine the winner. At this time, Baodating was very anxious, watching them fight with worry. He was worried that Xiaoyang would fail. If Xiaoyang failed, then they would all die in Qin Gongliang's hands. If he won, then it would be easy to say. But judging from the situation of the two of them, now neither of them could do anything to the other, and the winner couldn't be determined in a short time. During this period, it was not that Bao did not try his best. He had always wanted to leave the 5-mile pavilion to deliver the news. However, after several attempts, he was always blocked by the invisible light shield around him. This made him very angry and felt that he was useless. He also tried to send out jade slips to inform others to help, but the jade slips couldn't be sent out at all, as if this world was isolated. In the battle, Xiaoyang said indifferently, "Qin Gongliang, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, I will use my unique skill. Once I use my unique skill, You will definitely die. Qin Gongliang didn't believe it at all. If Xiaoyang really had a unique skill, he would have used it long ago. Why wait until now to remind him? Xiaoyang, are you trying to scare me? If you have a unique skill, why wait until now? What's more, why did you remind me? Qin Gongliang didn't believe that Xiaoyang was so kind. If he had a unique skill, he would have used it to deal with Xiaoyang long ago. He wouldn't have reminded him at all. Since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiaoyang snorted with a sullen face. Qin Gongliang snorted and said coldly, "If you have any skills, just show them. Don't be pretentious here." The two of them exchanged blows while talking to each other. Their bodies were shrouded in two defensive light shields that were emitting light, and they collided with each other from time to time. Xiaoyang suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Brother Bao, take 3 steps to the right, 5 steps back, and 2 steps to the left. Then unleash the power of laws. Rise vertically into the air. Rise to a height of 30 meters and leave straight ahead." Okay, Bao Dating was trying to escape. Although he knew that the chances of escaping were not high, he couldn't just wait for death here. After hearing Xiaoyang's reminder, he immediately acted according to Xiaoyang's instructions. As a result, he flew out a distance of 30 meters. He was stunned for a moment, then his expression was shocked, and his eyes were full of surprise. Previously, he had been unable to get the main point and could not walk out of the 5-mile pavilion. He didn't expect that this time, after listening to Xiaoyang's instructions, he could go further. He flew out into the distance again. After flying for 20 meters, he was blocked by an invisible energy mass again. He could only look at Xiaoyang for help. Xiaoyang gave him another instruction. After Bao heard this, he laughed heartily. Then he left the place with ease. He was going to report the news. On the other hand, Qin Gongliang's face was gloomy at this moment. His expression was ugly, and he was shocked and frightened. He was afraid of the consequences, and he was surprised by Xiaoyang's insight. He couldn't figure out how Xiaoyang was so awesome that he could see the way out of this array. Chapter 1041. This set of mysterious and profound array formation was very complicated. He had obtained it by chance, and even he couldn't completely understand this set of array formation. From this, it could be seen how impressive Xiaoyang's attainments in formations were. This formation had 2 layers of barriers. When Xiaoyang instructed Bao Dating to break through the first layer of defense, he was not too surprised because he could also walk out of the first layer. However, when Xiaoyang instructed Bao Dating to walk out of the second layer of defense, he was completely stunned. As the owner of this set of formations, even Qin Gongliang himself could not walk out of the second layer of defense. However, Xiaoyang saw through it at a glance. How could this not be shocking? Xiaoyang, how did you know? Qin Gongliang was shocked and asked Xiaoyang in disbelief. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up. He smiled indifferently and did not answer. Instead, he said, "Qin Gongliang, you should think about what will happen to you if the Hall Master comes, right?" Hearing this, Qin Gongliang's expression changed again. He did not dare to imagine the consequences. Not long after, several people flew over from afar. The person in the lead was the first Hall Master, Li Shiri. On his left and right were the Training Hall Master, Lu Dongxing, and the Law Enforcement Hall Master, Wang Qingfeng. There were 2 more people behind them. One was Bao Dating, and the other was 3,000 light. It's over. Qin Gongliang looked at these people and sighed. He stopped and did not continue to fight with Xiaoyang. Hall Master Li Shiri frowned and glanced below. With a wave of his hand, he easily took away the set of formations. Then he reached out and grabbed. Under his grab, Qin Gongliang uncontrollably came in front of Li Shiri. Seeing this, Xiaoyang immediately unleashed the power of laws and flew up. "Greetings, Hall Master." He bowed to Li Shiri, Lu Dongxing, Wang Qingfeng, and the others. "Xiaoyang, you've been wronged." Li Shiri comforted him. His gaze then turned to Qin Gongliang and said, "Qin Gongliang, will you submit if I kill you?" Chun Gongliang closed his eyes, and his body emitted an aura of death. Bao Dating hurriedly said, "Hall Master, Qin Fai and the others haven't returned yet. We don't know where he hid them." Chun Gongliang took out a token. He directly threw the token into the woolly pavilion. Then a door opened in the void somewhere in the woolly pavilion. Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others walked out of the gate. They were still chained up like prisoners. When Bao Dating, Xiaoyang, and 3,000 lights saw the gate and void, they were shocked. Then they understood that this must be a prison of the law enforcement hall. Li Shuri reached out and grabbed the token. Then he handed it to Wang Qingfeng and said, "Keep it well." Wang Qingfeng hurriedly received it respectfully. "Qin Gongliang, you've been locked up for 1,000 years. Are you convinced?" Li Shuri asked. If Qin Gongliang didn't take the initiative to hand him over, Li Shuri could only be ruthless. But Qin Gongliang tactfully handed him over, so he couldn't be ruthless. However, being locked up for 1,000 years was equivalent to giving him a euphemistic death. After 1,000 years of confinement, he would probably be a pile of bones by then. "Yes, master." Qin Gongliang responded, then used his cultivation to leave. As the former hall master of the law enforcement hall, he naturally knew where the confinement was, so there was no need for Li Shuri to personally send him there. He could take the initiative to go there. Li Shuri didn't kill him on the spot, which was already a great kindness to him. After watching Qin Gongliang leave, Li Shuri encouraged everyone to get first place in the competition between the 3 halls and then left. Lu Dongxing and Wang Qingfeng said goodbye and left as well. 3,000 lights patted Xiaoyang's shoulder and asked with concern, "Junior brother, are you hurt? Next time, let me know if there's anything." He was now the vice hall master of the training hall. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he also left. Only Bao Dating, Xiaoyang, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others were left. "Thank you for saving us, Captain." Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others cupped their fists to Xiaoyang with gratitude. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Don't thank me, it was Brother Bao who called for help. If you want to thank someone, thank him." "Thank you, Brother Bao." Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others hurriedly bowed to Bao Dating. "No need to be so polite, we're all on the same side." Bao Dating replied with a smile. Xiaoyang said, "From now on, Brother Bao will be your captain. You have to call him captain." Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others were stunned. They looked at Xiaoyang in a daze. What was going on? Why was it like this? They only recognized one person as their captain, and that was Xiaoyang. Now they were given a new captain. What was going on? If Bao Dating became the captain, then where would Xiaoyang go? They didn't want Xiaoyang to leave. Thus, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others showed an awkward expression. They wanted to say something, but stopped. Bao Dating hurriedly said, "Brother Xiaoyang is already the captain of the enforcement hall, so I'll be the captain. Now you have no objections, right?" Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others immediately calmed down and smiled. So it was Xiaoyang who had advanced. Just now, they mistakenly thought that Xiaoyang was going to leave. "Congratulations, Captain." They hurriedly congratulated Xiaoyang. "And you guys take care of Brother Bao." "Brother Bao, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them." Seeing that the matter was settled, Xiaoyang instructed and then left. Bao Dating was naturally happy to stay with Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. They first went to eat a delicious meal. Xiaoyang returned to the cave. Lan Jiaye, Gu Qianchan, and Long Nu were still in seclusion, so he didn't disturb them. The neighboring caves, 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation, had already gone out to carry out a mission. Leaving Xiaoyang alone, he couldn't help but feel a little bored. "Forget it. I'll go and raise my cultivation first." Xiaoyang thought so, then used his cultivation and flew in the direction of the Poison Valley. The Poison Valley was a good place. There were countless poisons inside, all kinds of strong poisons. But this wasn't important. What was important was that these poisons were very useful to Xiaoyang. They could raise Xiaoyang's cultivation. In a short while, Xiaoyang appeared in the Poison Valley. He had been here before, so this time he was familiar with the place. As soon as he entered this place, Xiaoyang felt a strong poison. He hurriedly breathed and circulated his cultivation technique. He kept absorbing the poison and slowly raised his cultivation. With the help of these poisons, Xiaoyang's cultivation realm could be raised without limit. But this way, there were some hidden dangers. That was, the cultivation of his physical body couldn't keep up. In his previous life, Xiaoyang was only a pure poison cultivator. So as long as he refined poison, he could become stronger and even step into the peak of the cultivation world. But this life was different, because he also chose to cultivate his physical body. Chapter 1042. It was equivalent to 2 types of cultivation at the same time. In that case, he couldn't be greedy and advance prematurely. He had to do his best to maintain the balance between the 2 types of cultivation. When Xiaoyang entered the Poison Valley last time, he raised his cultivation to Wu Zun's rank 5. In fact, Xiaoyang could continue to break through in the Poison Valley. According to Xiaoyang's estimation, the poison in the Poison Valley was enough to raise his cultivation to Wu Zun's rank 9. Therefore, the poison here was enough for him to use. However, Xiaoyang didn't raise his cultivation to such a terrifying level in one go. The reason was simple. His physical body couldn't keep up. Fortunately, he had a great harvest from the trip to Bodhi Island. He obtained the high-grade heaven-class magic artifact, the Desert Spear. Now, his physical body was raised to the level of Wu Zun's rank 7. Therefore, his cultivation needed to be raised as well. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang gradually went deeper into the Poison Valley. Last time, he was only 100 meters into the Poison Valley. This time, Xiaoyang directly went 1,000 meters into the Poison Valley. The deeper he went into the Poison Valley, the more tyrannical the poison was. The poisonous grass, poisonous flowers, and poisonous beasts he encountered were also more terrifying. Xiaoyang was attacked by poisonous beasts several times. However, Xiaoyang had the poison physique and opened up a poison meridian. Therefore, he didn't fear any poison and easily beat away those poisonous beasts. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes. After choosing a good place, he sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his state of mind. He planned to cultivate here. Along the way, he had beaten away many poisonous beasts. Coupled with the aura of the ice crystal python's inner core, those poisonous beasts wouldn't easily attack him. As for the poisonous grass, flowers, and trees, if they wanted to release their poison to attack Xiaoyang, they were simply delivering themselves to him. Xiaoyang's purpose in coming here was to absorb the poison to raise his cultivation. The poison released by those poisonous beasts just happened to be absorbed and refined by Xiaoyang, becoming nourishment for Xiaoyang's cultivation. In the beginning, there were many poisonous grasses, flowers, trees, and vines around Xiaoyang. However, as Xiaoyang kept absorbing the toxins, the poisonous plants withered at a visible rate. After cultivating for more than half a day, the poison within a radius of 100 feet around Xiaoyang had become much thinner. After absorbing so much poison, Xiaoyang's poison meridian was already filled with poison. Thus, he circulated the poison through his meridians and dantian. Major circulation, minor circulation. Xiaoyang kept on cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a whole day had passed and Xiaoyang had successfully broken through to the 6th level of Wuzun. This meant that his cultivation was only 1 level lower than his physical body. All right. Xiaoyang opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Looking at his surroundings, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh when he saw that there were many poisonous beasts and creatures that had died around him. He recognized that these poisonous beasts had released their hostility and wanted to eat Xiaoyang. However, he didn't expect that they would die after the poison in their bodies was absorbed. Further away, there were also poisonous beasts eyeing Xiaoyang covetously. However, after seeing Xiaoyang's terrifying means, They didn't dare to attack him rashly. Although they were demonic beasts, they couldn't live or die. When they encountered a powerful enemy, they would only submit and wouldn't attack. My cultivation has reached the 6th level of Wu Zun, but it's still too slow. Xiao Man is still waiting for me in the Tsangmin territory. I have to speed up. Xiao Yang comforted himself. He had never forgotten his maidservant Xiao Man and always remembered his promise. The time for the agreement was getting closer and closer. Xiao Yang continued to go deeper into the Poison Valley. He planned to raise his cultivation to the 7th level of Wu Zun. He knew that the poison in the Poison Valley was enough to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of Wu Zun. However, he couldn't do that. Temporarily raising his cultivation to the 7th level of Wu Zun was the safest way to cook. Blinking his eyes, Xiao Yang used the power of laws. After a few flashes and leaps, he went another 1,000 meters into the Poison Valley. It was equivalent to going 2,000 meters into the Poison Valley. Wow, this poison, it's so poisonous. Xiao Yang's eyes were almost shining. He was very excited and in high spirits. If others encountered the poison, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. Only a freak like Xiao Yang liked poison. The poison in this 2,000 meters was enough to kill a 6th level expert like Wu Zun and severely injure a 7th level expert like Wu Zun. However, Xiao Yang was completely fine. Instead, he was very happy to enjoy himself here. He chose another place and began to cultivate. This time his cultivation speed was even faster. In less than half a day, his cultivation broke through again, reaching the 7th level of Wu Zun. This was because his cultivation only needed to absorb enough poison. The more intense and tyrannical the poison was, the faster his cultivation speed would be. Damn, this is too fast. This feeling is too powerful. After Xiao Yang broke through, he opened his eyes and felt disbelief. In his previous life, he had a stronger cultivation than this, but he had almost forgotten it. This time, grasping this powerful cultivation again made Xiao Yang feel a lot more at ease. Blinking his eyes, he slowly stood up. The terrifying aura he naturally emitted scared off many poison beasts. Some of the poison beasts could only kneel on the ground and kowtow to Xiao Yang. It was as if they were saying that they wanted to submit to Xiao Yang. As for the surrounding poison grass, poison flowers, and poison trees, as long as they had spirituality, they all chose to stay away from Xiao Yang. It's time to go out. I can't continue to improve. Let my physical body and cultivation get used to each other first. Xiao Yang thought to himself and continued to cultivate. He intended to let his physical body and cultivation reach a balance. When both reached the right level, the feeling of balance was really wonderful. Xiao Yang slowly walked out of the Poison Valley. This time he had broken through 2 cultivation levels in the Poison Valley. This made Xiao Yang feel very satisfied. Fortunately, he had found the upper heaven class Dharma treasure, the desert spear on Bodhi Island. Fortunately, he had raised his physical body's cultivation first. Otherwise, if he was restricted by his physical body, he wouldn't have been able to break through 2 cultivation levels so easily. With his current cultivation, Xiao Yang was confident that he could fight with Hall Master Li Shuri. One had to know that Hall Master Li Shuri was Wu Zun's 8th level almighty. He was equivalent to standing in the ranks of the top experts in the Jigo sect. After leaving the Poison Valley, he walked in the direction of the Law Enforcement Hall. When he arrived at the Law Enforcement Hall, he saw Hall Master Wang Qingfeng and Team Leader Bao Dating of the Law Enforcement Hall. The 2 of them were team leaders, so it was normal for them to be gathered together. Xiao Yang bowed to the 2 of them and then sat down. Glancing at the 2 of them, Xiao Yang felt that they seemed to be a little serious and worried. He couldn't help but ask, "Hall Master, what are you worried about?" Wang Qingfeng knew that Xiao Yang was one of them, so he didn't hide it. After thinking about it, he chose his words. Chapter 1043. He said, "It's like this. I don't know what's wrong with Arcturus, but he's planning to send troops to North Pole City. As you know, outside of North Pole City is Arjigo sect's territory. Their move is likely to be an invasion of our territory. In this regard, our Arjigo sect also needs to respond. North Pole City? Xiaoyang immediately understood. It turned out that Arcturus was going to make a move. It was reasonable to say that the three top midstream forces had always minded their own business. This time, Arcturus was making a move. Why was this? Hallmaster, what is Arcturus after? Why is he sending troops to North Pole City? Xiaoyang asked. He was now a little worried about Red Flame and the others. After all, they were in North Pole City. Wang Qingfeng said, "It's like this. Every 3 years, Arcturus and the Jigo sect will have a competition. This is a contest of strength between the two sides. Over the years, the Jigo sect has been defeated by Arcturus. Therefore, Arcturus looks down on us and intends to make a move against the Jigo sect. Then what can I do?" Xiaoyang asked again. Xiaoyang, you participate in the first hall's election. Then participate in the 3 halls competition. Then try your best to get first place and lead the Jigo sect disciples to South Pole City to confront Arcturus. Wang Qingfeng said lightly. This was actually Hall Master Li Shuri's idea. They were all very optimistic about Xiaoyang. As for whether Xiaoyang was strong or not, that was another matter. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Okay, I'll participate in the first hall's election." The reason why he agreed so readily was because Li Shuri had once asked him and 3,000 lights to win for the first hall and defeat the other 2 halls, which were the second and third halls. If he wanted to participate in the 3 halls competition, then he must first be in the top 3 of the first hall. As Xiaoyang agreed to this matter, a loud voice resounded throughout the entire first palace. Disciples of the Jigo sect's first hall, I hereby announce that the first hall selection has officially begun. Those who enter the top 10 will receive a great reward and will be heavily nurtured. The selection competition this time is very simple. As long as you defeat Xiaoyang or 3,000 guang, you will be able to come before this hall master. This hall master will personally inspect you. In the end, I will choose 3 people to represent the first hall in the grand competition of the 3 halls. As a result, the entire first palace erupted like boiling hot water, extremely lively. Every disciple of the first hall was very excited as they desperately searched for Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights. They wanted to challenge these 2 and then fight for the opportunity to be inspected by the hall master. Many disciples who were in seclusion came out one after another. Many disciples who were in the middle of accepting missions also stopped their actions. Those disciples who were out also returned to the first hall. This was a chance for them to rise. As long as he defeated either Xiaoyang or 3,000 lights, he would be evaluated by the temple master. If they were chosen by the palace master, their futures would be limitless. Everyone was working hard and fighting for it with all their might. Wasn't this the day that they had been waiting for day and night? Even if he didn't succeed this time, he would at least be able to prove his improvement. He would also be able to display his brilliance and prestige in this election. Xiaoyang, who was sitting in the main hall of the law enforcement hall, couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder Hall Master Wang Qingfeng personally asked for Xiaoyang's opinion. It turned out that Wang Qingfeng had already discussed with Hall Master Li Shuri and was waiting for Xiaoyang's opinion. Now that Xiaoyang had agreed to participate in the first hall selection, Li Shuri couldn't wait to announce this matter. This made it so that Xiaoyang didn't even have the ability to go back on his word. Congratulations, Marshal Nephew Xiao. Hall Master Wang Qingfeng smiled and cupped his hands toward Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, I also congratulate you. You are so lucky. Senior brother 3,000 lights is also lucky to be chosen by the hall master. Bao Dating also hurriedly cupped his fists with a smile on his face. Let's work hard together. When I get first place in the 3 halls, I will lead the Jigo sect army to the South Pole City and confront Arcturus. Xiaoyang said lightly. This was a kind of promise to the Inquisitor. Bao Dating wasn't chosen by the Hall Master, and he didn't have the strength to challenge Xiaoyang. However, if he gave up like this, he wouldn't be willing, so Xiaoyang promised to take him to the South Pole City. Any disciple who was taken out was equivalent to carrying out a sect mission. There were huge amounts of points and rewards, and it was also considered a contribution to the sect. Not everyone could go to the South Pole City. This was also a rare opportunity. Haha, Brother Xiaoyang is really loyal. All right, I was waiting for you to say this. You will receive many challenges in the future. If you need any help, I can help you. Bao Dating hurriedly replied with a smile. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Wang Qingfeng, also smiled and said, Marshal Nephew Xiaoyang, this old man is here to thank you for supporting my disciple. If you need anything, you can also ask me. I will try my best to help you. Bao Dating was his beloved disciple. Xiaoyang was willing to take Bao Dating to the sky. As Bao Dating's master, Wang Qingfeng naturally had to express his attitude. Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony. He smiled lightly and said, If there is news of a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure, just let me know. His cultivation had now increased to the level of Wu Zun's 7th rank, which was equal to Wang Qingfeng's. The next thing he needed to do was to improve his physical cultivation. Only by improving his physical body and cultivation together could he reduce the risk of breaking through. This was the reason why Xiaoyang didn't continue to break through in the Poison Valley. It was for safety reasons. All right, we will take note of it and keep an eye out for you. Wang Qingfeng agreed. The same was true for Bao Dating. Bao Dating was best at researching information, so he would pay special attention to this aspect. After Xiaoyang walked out of the law enforcement hall, he immediately met a large group of people. This group of people was looking for him, wanting to challenge him. Although they all knew that they were no match for Xiaoyang, it didn't matter. As long as they could show their strength in a fight with Xiaoyang, it would also be a kind of glory. Look, Xiaoyang is here. Some sharp-eyed people saw Xiaoyang at first glance and couldn't help but shout out in surprise, looking excited. There were only 2 or 3 places that Xiaoyang would go. They couldn't find Xiaoyang in the cave, so they came to the law enforcement hall to look for him. They didn't expect to meet Xiaoyang. There was no time like the present. Since they met, they would make a move. I found Xiaoyang first. I will challenge Xiaoyang first. A disciple of Wu Zun's 4th rank from the first hall immediately flew up and landed in front of Xiaoyang. He then cupped his fists toward Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, I am Lu Qi. You must have heard about the first hall's selection. The hall master wants us to challenge you and 3,000 lights, so I will do my best. I hope you will do the same. If I have offended you in any way, I will apologize to you first. Chapter 1044. Lu Qi said respectfully with a smile on his face and a battle intent emanating from his body. Even if it was only Wu Zun's rank for cultivation, he was not afraid of a battle. The other disciples of the first hall also wanted to challenge Xiaoyang and even cursed loudly to compete for the first place. However, when they saw Lu Qi take the lead, they all calmed down. It would be good to see Xiaoyang's strength first, so that they could prepare a way to deal with it. Xiaoyang looked at Lu Qi and also cupped his hands, saying, Junior brother Lu Qi, you're very brave. Of course, I know about the news of the first hall's general election. Okay, as you wish, you go first. They began the competition in front of the law enforcement hall's gate. This was just a competition, and there was no life or death. Xiaoyang would not kill unless the other party had committed an unforgivable crime. Of course, Lu Qi also knew when to stop. If he won, Xiaoyang would naturally stop. Of course, he knew that he was definitely not Xiaoyang's opponent. Therefore, he used his strongest trump card from the beginning, which was the unique skill that he had cultivated for decades. Rainbow piercing the sun. Xiaoyang, take this. Rainbow piercing the sun, huh? Lu Qi roared and released his power of law, condensing a tyrannical beam of light that instantly penetrated Xiaoyang. Many people were shocked by this rainbow piercing the sun. At least after Lu Qi used this skill, his combat power was comparable to Wu Zun's rank 5 and could not be underestimated. When Xiaoyang fought with Chen Feilai previously, the cultivation shown was only Wu Zun's rank 5. Even when he fought with Chen Gongliang, the cultivation shown was only Wu Zun's rank 5. Of course, there were very few people who knew about the fight with Chen Gongliang, because they were in the law enforcement hall's side courtyard. Of course, Xiaoyang also fought with Chen Gongliang in the 5-mile pavilion, but only a few people knew about it. Therefore, Xiaoyang's cultivation base was only Wu Zun's 5th step. I really didn't expect Lu Qi's improvement to be so great, to be able to cultivate the rainbow-piercing sun martial skill to such a large success stage. That's right. Judging from Lu Qi's combat strength, it's comparable to Wu Zun's Tier 5. Our first hall is indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. We cannot underestimate them. Xiaoyang is not easy to deal with. Let's see how Xiaoyang deals with this. Many onlookers couldn't help but discuss and underestimate Lu Qi after seeing his moves. Some of them were stunned, some of them were fearful, and some of them were excited. Xiaoyang blinked and calmly watched Lu Qi's attack. He smiled faintly, and when the beam of light arrived before him, he released his origin energy and reached out with a single hand, easily catching the beam of light. Then, he swept the beam of light toward Lu Qi. Lu Qi, you should also enjoy the might of the sun-piercing rainbow. Xiaoyang said calmly. The beam of light struck Lu Qi at an astonishing speed. Its speed was even faster than Lu Qi's, and its power was several times stronger. From this, it could be seen that the two of them were not on the same level. Ah! With a scream, Lu Qi was instantly sent flying and smashed into the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. If Xiaoyang hadn't shown mercy, he would have been destroyed by the sun-piercing rainbow. Lu Qi recalled the terrifying scene and couldn't help but show fear on his face. There was no light in his eyes, and there was still fear in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaoyang didn't want to kill him, he would have died. He stood up and hurriedly cupped his hands at Xiaoyang. Thank you, senior brother Xiaoyang, for showing mercy. Xiaoyang waved his hand and smiled. We're just having a competition, not a life and death challenge. There's no need to fight to the death. We're all disciples of the first hall, and we should help each other. These words won Lu Qi's admiration, and also the respect of many disciples of the first hall. The challengers all looked at Xiaoyang with respect. At least, Xiaoyang's philosophy and concept were recognized and respected by them. After Lu Qi failed, he left. The disciples of the first hall all made way for him to leave. No one laughed at Lu Qi's failure. Instead, they gave him encouraging and approving looks. At least, Lu Qi dared to be the first to challenge Xiaoyang with Wu Zun's 4th stage cultivation. This courage was worthy of respect. Moreover, Lu Qi's combat strength was also amazing, enough to make people put him on the same level. Who's next? Xiaoyang looked at the crowd. I'll go. A 5th stage first hall disciple of Wu Zun flew out and landed in front of Xiaoyang. Senior brother Xiaoyang, I'm Wang Dong, and I'm here to ask for your guidance. Wang Dong hurriedly cupped his fists towards Xiaoyang, showing a humble attitude. Although he knew that Xiaoyang was only a 5th stage Wu Zun cultivator, he didn't dare to underestimate him because Wu Zun's 6th stage Chen Feilai was defeated by Xiaoyang. It could be seen that Xiaoyang's combat strength was comparable to Wu Zun's 6th stage. Therefore, Wang Dong didn't dare to say anything and left some leeway. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed. Well said, well said. You go first. Xiaoyang looked at him calmly with a faint smile on his face. Okay, then I won't be polite. Take this. Wang Dong flipped his hand and took out a flying sword from his storage ring. The flying sword buzzed and instantly transformed into thousands of sword shadows. These terrifying sword shadows all stabbed toward Xiaoyang with astonishing power and momentum. This caused many of the spectators to be equally astonished. This flying sword technique was quite impressive and couldn't be underestimated. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to face this move head-on. However, Xiaoyang didn't have any scruples. No matter what move it was, he caught it all with one hand. Therefore, they saw Xiaoyang's strange move. Xiaoyang stretched out one hand and gently grasped. In the next moment, the flying sword fell into Xiaoyang's hand. This flying sword was still under Wang Dong's control and wanted to break away from Xiaoyang's grasp. However, no matter how the flying sword struggled, no matter how hard Wang Dong tried, this flying sword was like a piece of meat on a chopping board, unable to break away from Xiaoyang's hand. Wang Dong tried to struggle for a long time, but in the end he could only give up helplessly. His expression was gloomy as he lamented, "I've lost. Senior brother Xiaoyang is amazing. I admit defeat." Xiaoyang blinked his eyes, smiled slightly, and then casually tossed the flying sword to the other party. At this point, Wang Dong retreated in defeat. Next, Xiaoyang challenged more than 10 people in a row. These people were all defeated without a doubt. Looking at the time, it was already noon. Xiaoyang said, "Why don't we go to the martial arts square? The law enforcement hall still needs to work." Many spectators looked around and saw that there were hundreds of people blocking here, which indeed affected the law enforcement hall's work. They naturally had no objections to Xiaoyang's suggestion. First of all, Xiaoyang was powerful. Second, this suggestion was reasonable. Chapter 1045. Moreover, Xiaoyang's character was trustworthy. In the end, if they wanted to challenge Xiaoyang, they could only catch up with him and challenge him. Thus, they left the place in a grandiose manner and headed towards the training grounds. There were also hundreds of people gathered in the training square. On one of the challenge platforms, Xiaoyang saw a familiar figure. It was San Qingguang. He was also accepting challenges from everyone. Ever since San Qingguang defeated Zhu Qiutang last time, he became the deputy hall master of the training hall. Later, the hall master announced the official start of the first hall's general election, so he could only come out to face the challenges of many first hall brothers. The best place to challenge was, of course, the training square. There were more than 10 challenge platforms in the training square. After Xiaoyang arrived at the training square, he flew up and landed on one of the challenge platforms, which was the adjacent challenge platform of San Qingguang. "Senior brother San Qingguang, is it fun?" Xiaoyang called out to San Qingguang. Seeing that it was Xiaoyang, San Qingguang couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were best friends and had even cooperated before. Now that the two of them were personally called out by Hall Master Li Shuri, it could be seen how high their honor was. "Junior brother Xiaoyang, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I would be so busy that I couldn't catch my breath." San Qingguang teased Xiaoyang. During this period of time, he had accepted dozens of challenges. In the end, he was a little numb. Fortunately, Xiaoyang came, and there was one more person to share the joys and sorrows with. This gave them something to talk about, and it was not too boring. Xiaoyang blinked and said with a smile in his eyes, "Senior brother San Qingguang, if we continue to challenge like this, when will we be done? There are thousands of disciples in the first hall. Why don't the two of us join forces and challenge thousands of them?" San Qingguang's eyes lit up and he looked excited. Xiaoyang's suggestion had won his heart. If they took turns to fight one by one, who knew how long it would take? However, if they could fight thousands of people at once, it would be fun. However, there were also many capable people among the disciples of the first hall. They were usually quiet, but in fact, their combat power was amazing. They were the ones who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. Therefore, if he really wanted to kill thousands of them, he was afraid that he would suffer a setback. Xiaoyang chuckled. "Let's just say, as long as Wu Zun is below the 5th order, including Wu Zun at the 5th order, they can all come up together. As long as Wu Zun is at the 6th order and above, they can fight one-on-one. Isn't this perfect?" He explained to the 3,000 lights. 3,000 lights was even more certain of Xiao Yang's method. Xiao Yang blinked and looked at the 3,000 lights expectantly. In fact, it didn't matter if Xiao Yang had 3,000 lights as his companion. With his physical body and cultivation reaching the 7th step of Wu Zun's cultivation, he could take on all the disciples of the first hall head-on. One had to know that his battle prowess was comparable to Wu Zun at the 8th stage. This was a terrifying existence. Even if there were many powerful figures among the disciples of the first hall, it was not important. 3,000 lights didn't think too much and agreed, "Okay, junior brother Xiao, as you said." Therefore, he shouted to the thousands of people in the training square, "Junior brother Xiao Yang and I have decided that as long as Wu Zun is at the 5th order and Wu Zun is below the 5th order, they can come up and challenge us together. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. Thousands of you can come up together. If you win, you can all meet the Hall Master. As long as Wu Zun is at the 6th order and above, you will have to fight one-on-one with us." 3,000 lights added, "Interesting, interesting, these two junior brothers." In one of the corners, two people crossed their arms over their chests, calmly watching the scene in front of them. After hearing 3,000 light suggestion, they became even more interested in 3,000 lights and Xiao Yang. One had to know they were powerhouses with a cultivation of the 6th order of Wu Zun, and their battle prowess was no less than 3,000 lights. As for Xiao Yang, they felt that they could easily win, because they still didn't know that Xiao Yang had advanced to the 7th order of Wu Zun. There were many members of the first hall who had a cultivation of the 6th order of Wu Zun like them. Those powerhouses were also looking at 3,000 lights and Xiao Yang with interest. They dared to challenge thousands of people with two people. They really dared to think and do it. They were too bold. The discussions below almost went crazy. "Senior brother, 3,000 lights. Senior brother Xiao Yang, is what you said true? There are thousands of Wu Zun's 5th order and below. You too want to challenge thousands of us? Senior brothers, don't say that we are bullying you. You are challenging so many people. Even spitting saliva can drown you. You should fight one-on-one." 3,000 lights smiled and said, "We are true to our words. You can come together." Thus, a magnificent scene appeared. Thousands of disciples of the first hall circulated their cultivation, and their auras soared into the sky. Some controlled magic treasures, some used martial arts, some used talismans, some fiddled with formations, and some fiddled with puppets. They all wanted to defeat Xiao Yang and 3,000 lights. On the ground, in the sky, in the front, back, left, and right, and even underground, the members of the first hall attacked. There were more than 1,000 members of the 5th order of Wu Zun. The number of members of the 5th order and below of the Wu Zun was several times more. With so many people attacking, even the hall master would find it difficult to deal with. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull sounds came out, and a series of terrifying shock waves and light pillars attacked Xiao Yang and 3,000 lights. "Junior brother Xiao Yang, stand behind me, I will protect you." 3,000 lights laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. It was an honor to be able to join forces with Xiao Yang again, and also something that could not be obtained. He took 2 steps forward, releasing the terrifying cultivation of the 7th order of Wu Zun, and a huge pressure and aura enveloped the entire place, shocking everyone. The might of the 7th order of Wu Zun was nothing more than this. No wonder he dared to say such big words, and threatened to protect Xiao Yang in the face of thousands of opponents. It turned out that he had broken through to the 7th order of Wu Zun, and the highest cultivation of the opponents was only the 5th order of Wu Zun, which was 2 whole realms higher than them. Therefore, this was a sure-win situation. The difference of 1 realm was like heaven and earth, not to mention a difference of 2 realms. 3,000 lights cast a defensive light barrier. This defensive light barrier was condensed from origin energy, and it enveloped Xiao Yang and himself within it. The attacks launched by thousands of opponents hit the defensive light barrier, but they were unable to break through it. The thousands of challengers could not help but be shocked and were dumbfounded, unable to believe it. It turned out that 3,000 lights had reached the terrifying 7th order of Wu Zun. No wonder 3,000 lights was so confident. Even the heroes of Ziqing were shocked. They originally thought that with Wu Zun's 6th order of cultivation, they could compete with 3,000 lights, but they did not expect 3,000 lights to step into a higher realm than them. If they fought one-on-one, they were not confident of winning. Chapter 1046. There were many people who had the same idea as them, hundreds of them. Hundreds of Wu Zun's rank 6 powerhouses smiled bitterly when they saw 3,000 light releasing Wu Zun's rank 7 cultivation. They thought that they could come here and defeat the two, but now they knew that 3,000 light was the real wolf in sheep's clothing. The cultivation that he suddenly released was beyond everyone's imagination. As a result, many people's eyes began to shift to Xiaoyang. Since 3,000 light was so powerful and his cultivation was so profound that they couldn't defeat him, then wouldn't Xiaoyang be much easier to deal with? In this first hall election, they only needed to defeat one of them. Therefore, they set their sights on Xiaoyang. On the challenge platform, Xiaoyang looked at 3,000 light with a smile, cupped his hands, and said, "Senior brother, 3,000 light, congratulations, you actually reached the rank 7 realm of Wu Zun. I'm really envious. Look at the expressions of those brothers. They are all shocked by you. Junior brother Xiaoyang, don't worry, this is a joint battle between the two of us. The honor is shared with you." 3,000 light chuckled with some pride on his face. After all, breaking through in cultivation was originally a joyous thing. In particular, he regarded Xiaoyang as a confidant and let his confidant know how powerful he was. He felt a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment in his heart. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Since the honor is shared, then senior brother, 3,000 light, watch my move next. I can't let you bear the attacks of thousands of people alone." Oh, Xiaoyang seemed to have a hidden meaning in his words. 3,000 light couldn't help but look at Xiaoyang curiously, thinking to himself, could it be that Xiaoyang has some amazing move? He saw Xiaoyang walk in front of him, facing the many challengers. Xiaoyang said, "Senior brothers, you all saw senior brother, 3,000 lights cultivation. Don't you think I'm too lucky? Is it because of senior brother, 3,000 light, that I'm safe and sound?" Everyone didn't say anything, but that was what they thought in their hearts. 3,000 light wanted to say something, but hesitated. He wanted to comfort Xiaoyang. However, he knew that Xiaoyang definitely had more to say, so he didn't say anything. "Brothers and sisters, I'll show you what true strength is. Be careful. If you can't withstand my attack, then retreat to avoid being accidentally injured." Xiaoyang shouted so loudly that everyone could hear him clearly. The twin heroes of Ziqing also looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. In their opinion, Xiaoyang was definitely the easiest to bully. Now it seemed that this Xiaoyang was not simple. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Next, they saw Xiaoyang make his move. 7 steps of the barbarian god. This was an earth-grade upper grade martial skill, and it was extremely powerful. It was also because Xiaoyang had broken through to Wu Zun's 7th stage that he had the confidence to use it. This was because if one's cultivation wasn't high enough, and if one didn't have enough origin energy, then they wouldn't be able to use this powerful martial skill perfectly. Boom! Xiaoyang suddenly released his own cultivation. The terrifying aura of Wu Zun's 7th stage soared into the sky. There seemed to be a storm around him, with him as the center, and his robes fluttered. Wow, Wu Zun's 7th stage. Damn, another Wu Zun's 7th stage. What's going on? Wasn't the cultivation that Xiaoyang showed just now only Wu Zun's 5th stage? What's with Wu Zun's 7th stage? Awesome, awesome, the world has changed. There's no way to fight at all. To Wu Zun's 7th stage. The challengers, and the spectators all cried out in surprise. Their expressions changed drastically, and their faces were filled with shock. Even the twin heroes of Ziqing, who thought that they were powerful, couldn't help but curse at this moment. Damn! The hundreds of people who were at the same level as them were also dumbfounded. They all thought that Xiaoyang was only at the 5th stage of Wuzun, but now they knew that Xiaoyang was the real pig in sheep's clothing. His cultivation had soared to the 7th stage of Wu Zun's 7th stage. It was too unbelievable. It was too shocking. Fortunately, they didn't challenge Xiaoyang alone. Otherwise, they would definitely be taught a lesson by Xiaoyang. Even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Not only were they shocked, but even Xiaoyang's ally, 3000 Light, was shocked. Looking at Xiaoyang's shocking aura, 3000 Light couldn't help but gulp. Xiaoyang's aura was too terrifying. It wasn't inferior to his at all, and the depth of his cultivation was far beyond his. If the two of them fought, he might not be able to win against Xiaoyang. He really didn't expect that in just a few days, Xiaoyang had silently risen to such a terrifying level. One had to know that when he teamed up with Xiaoyang to deal with Zuiqiutang, Xiaoyang's cultivation was only at the 5th stage of Wuzun, and his cultivation was 1 stage higher than Xiaoyang's. But he didn't expect that Xiaoyang would catch up to his footsteps and reach the 7th stage of Wuzun. In other words, in the same time, Xiaoyang had consecutively broken through 2 stages, and he had only broken through 1 stage. This cultivation speed couldn't be compared to Xiaoyang's at all. It was too shocking. If he knew that Xiaoyang's physical body was comparable to Wu Zun's 7th stage, he would probably be so shocked that his jaw would drop. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianqian, Long Nu, 3000 Lu, 3000 Desolation, Bao Dating, Qiu Rimgui, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and so on. These people who knew Xiaoyang were all stunned when they saw Xiaoyang's strength. They stared at Xiaoyang with their mouths agape and didn't move for a long time. Because they knew Xiaoyang, they didn't participate in this competition. They all knew how powerful Xiaoyang was, and they also knew that they weren't a match for Xiaoyang, so they didn't embarrass themselves or make things difficult for Xiaoyang. If they wanted to spar, they could find a chance alone. With their relationship with Xiaoyang definitely wouldn't refuse. Even if they asked Xiaoyang for guidance, Xiaoyang would definitely be happy. Xiaoyang blinked, looked at the crowd, and then started to kick. Boom! The moment he took the first step, the void shook, and a footprint that was 100 feet in size condensed in the void, giving people a suffocating pressure. When he took the second step, the almost solid footprint stomped down and landed on the heads of the challengers. They were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. Their expressions were filled with shock, and their minds trembled. This was the power of Wu Zun's 7th stage Almighty. This was the power of an Earth-level upper-level martial skill. This huge power and energy wasn't something they could withstand. Many of the challengers hurriedly left the training square in fear and left the duel arena. They knew that they weren't a match for Xiaoyang, so they didn't take the risk. Xiaoyang had previously suggested that if they encountered a power they couldn't resist, then they should retreat to avoid being injured. Thousands of people had already left. However, there were still 2,000 to 3,000 people who were resisting. Chapter 1047. Therefore, Xiaoyang made the third step. When Xiaoyang's third step landed, many challengers groaned and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Their faces were pale and they were injured. The power of the 7 steps of the barbarian god doubled with each step. The power of the third step was 4 times the power of the first step. Some of the 4th order martial revered realm challengers did not leave and continued to resist the attacks. They were beaten to the point where they were on the verge of death. Their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. They even peed in their pants. It was embarrassing. Many people left one after another and took away those who were injured and wanted to leave the battlefield. In just a short while, 1,500 people had left. More than 1,000 people were still holding on. Xiaoyang made the fourth step. After the fourth step, the power of the 7 steps was 8 times the power of the first step. Wow. Many people vomited blood and fainted on the ground. They did not even have the chance to leave on their own. This time there were at least 1,000 people who were scared away. 400 to 500 people were still holding on. Xiaoyang made the 5th step. The power of the 5th step was 16 times the power of the first step. Among the remaining 400 to 500 people, none of them could withstand the power of the 7 steps of the barbarian god. They fell to the ground one after another and wailed in pain. They were all hit hard. So far, Xiaoyang had not made the last 2 steps, and the thousands of challengers had all failed. If Xiaoyang continued to perform the 7 steps of the barbarian god, these people would probably be turned into ashes. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. It was a shocking sight. Their hearts trembled and they were terrified. They did not dare to imagine if they could survive the 7 steps of the barbarian god alone. One must know that even if thousands of people were to carry it together, they still wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wu Zun's stage 6 Zi Qing duo trembled and their faces were pale. Their eyes were full of horror and they hurriedly lowered their heads and left. They could not stay here any longer. Originally, they wanted to challenge Xiaoyang one-on-one. Now that they saw that Xiaoyang was even more terrifying than the 3,000 lights, there was no need to challenge him one-on-one. They would leave first. There were many people who had the same idea as them, and they left one after another. These people were all Wu Zun's type 6 experts. Of course, there were also some daring fellows who continued to watch from the sidelines. In any case, they were determined not to enter the arena. Wow, cousin is so awesome. He challenged thousands of people by himself and even won without any injuries. So cool, so awesome. Young master is really too awesome. Big brother Xiaoyang is so powerful. Lan Jiaoye, Dragon Lady, and Gu Qianqian couldn't help but be surprised. Their faces were filled with joy. 3,000 stream, 3,000 desolation, Qiu Rengui, and Bao Dating also revealed expressions of disbelief. The Xiaoyang they knew before was powerful, but not to this extent. His current strength was simply beyond their imagination. It was truly shocking. Is this really the senior brother Xiaoyang we know? They were so shocked that they couldn't speak coherently and could only stare blankly. Even 3,000 light was no exception. He stared at Xiaoyang in astonishment, as if it was the first time he saw Xiaoyang. He also didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so powerful, not to mention Wu Zun's type 7 strength. What the hell was this barbarian god's 7 steps? It was definitely an Earth-level high-grade martial skill. Too awesome. His combat strength was comparable to Wu Zun's type 8. Even if he faced Hall Master Li Shuri, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. Junior brother Xiaoyang, you are too. 3,000 light didn't know what to say. Junior brother Xiaoyang, haha, you are too awesome. As expected of my junior brother. 3,000 light couldn't help but laugh and hug 3,000 light excitedly. The spectators further away were also greatly shocked. They were completely stunned by 3,000 light and Xiaoyang. Training Hall Master Lu Dongxing, Law Enforcement Hall Master Wang Qingfeng, and First Hall Master Li Shuri were all shocked and excited. They really didn't misjudge Xiaoyang and 3,000 light. These two people's performance greatly exceeded their expectations. Whether it was cultivation or combat strength, they could be called outstanding talents of the younger generation. With them representing the first hall in the competition, they would definitely win. Congratulations, Hall Master. Lu Dongxing and Wang Qingfeng smiled at Li Shuri, which made Li Shuri smile even more happily. All right, we don't need to watch anymore. The result is obvious. Li Shuri left with the two people. Training Square, Challenge Stage. After Xiaoyang defeated several thousand disciples, he smiled faintly and said, "Fellow disciples, I'm sorry for offending you. Next, We will be facing challengers of 6th Order Martial, Venerable Realm, and above. If any of you want to challenge us, please come up. Just now, many people saw 3,000 Light and Xiao Yang's attacks. Their shocking combat strength scared off many potential challengers. Now, who would dare to go up and humiliate themselves? Basically, all the First Hall's disciples recognized Xiao Yang and 3,000 Light. One had to know that reaching Wu Zun's Type 7 level was basically qualified to be a Hall Master. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, no one came up to challenge. The First Hall's disciples numbered in the thousands. There were hundreds of Wu Zun's Type 6 level disciples, and there were bound to be Type 7 level disciples as well. But these people didn't go up. Thus, the First Hall selection ended. A loud voice sounded again. The First Hall selection has ended. 3,000 Light and Xiao Yang will represent the First Hall in the competition. For years, our First Hall has always been last place. This time, no matter what, we must win and bring glory to our First Hall. Xiao Yang and 3,000 Light walked down the challenge stage. Qiu Rangui, Bao Dating, 3,000 Desolation, 3,000 Flow, Gu Qianshan, and the others came up to greet them, each of them beaming with joy. Many of the senior brothers who didn't leave the training square also came up to express their blessings. Logically speaking, the top 10 would be rewarded, but because of 3,000 Light and Xiao Yang's play, there wasn't a top 10 at all. In addition, there were originally 3 spots to represent the First Hall, but now there were only 3,000 Light and Xiao Yang. It was almost impossible for a third person to appear. In this First Hall selection, Xiao Yang and 3,000 Light surpassed everyone and shone brightly. They became the goal of the First Hall's disciples. If anyone wanted to stand on the same level as Xiao Yang and 3,000 Light, they would definitely not be convinced. So, it was almost impossible for a third representative to appear. 2 communication jade slips came and appeared in front of Xiao Yang and 3,000 Light. The 2 of them took a look and saw that it was a message from Hall Master Li Shuri. They didn't dare to delay and bid farewell to the crowd and left to meet Hall Master Li Shuri. In the main hall, Lu Dongxing and Wang Qingfeng were both there. When they saw Xiao Yang and 3,000 Light walk in, they smiled and their eyes were filled with gratification. They felt that Xiao Yang and 3,000 Light did well. Xiao Yang, 3,000 Light. Hall Master Li Shuri shouted. Yes, Master. The 2 of them hurriedly stood still and cupped their hands in response. Chapter 1048. Li Shuri stood up and said, Take my token and go to Verdant Peak. The people from the 2nd and 3rd halls should be there as well. Yes. 3,000 Light and Xiao Yang took the token and walked out of the hall, heading towards Verdant Peak. This time, there were only 8 contestants participating in the 3 halls competition. 2 from the 1st hall, 3 from the 2nd and 3rd halls. There were only a dozen or so people who came to watch the show. The sect master, the vice sect master, several elders, and the 3 hall masters. Other than that, there was no one else. In previous years, the competition had been so quiet. However, the scenes of their battles would be recorded and spread throughout the Jigo sect. Therefore, the competition between the 3 halls could be considered the most lively event in the sect. Every disciple of the Jigo sect wanted to leave their names in history and participate in the competition. At the very least, their names and glory would be passed down. Verdant Peak, Xiao Yang, and 3,000 Light had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as they were about to go up the mountain, they were stopped. The strength of the people who stopped them was not to be underestimated. The weakest among them was Wu Zun's 7th rank. Please show me your token. These unfathomable powerhouses glanced at 3,000 Light and Xiao Yang and said indifferently. The people who appeared on Verdant Peak were all important figures of the Jigo sect. At this critical moment, of course, they couldn't just let people go up casually. If something went wrong, it would be a great loss to the sect. They couldn't afford to lose. 3,000 Light and Xiao Yang both showed their tokens. After being checked by the powerhouses, they began to climb the mountain. This mountain was also a test. There were 10,000 steps from the foot of the mountain to the top. The higher they went, the stronger the pressure and the greater the pressure. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. Anyone with a cultivation of Wu Zun's 7th or 8th rank could resist this pressure. But the important problem was that the path was full of formations and taboos and even traps. If they accidentally touched a trap, they might be in danger. The same was true for taboos and formations. This test wasn't just about one's cultivation level. Xiao Yang glanced at San Qingguang. Seeing San Qingguang's solemn expression, he could not help but comfort him. Senior brother San Qingguang, there's no need for that. I know a thing or two about formations, taboos, and even mechanisms. Why don't you come with me? 3,000 Light specialized in cultivation methods and martial skills. He only had a rough understanding of these things, so he felt that it was difficult. If he hadn't focused on cultivation methods and martial skills, his cultivation wouldn't have risen so quickly. The reason why Xiao Yang was so proficient in so many things was because of what he had seen and heard in his previous life. All right, then senior brother won't stand on ceremony. 3,000 Lights responded and heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Yang walked in front while the 3,000 Lights followed behind. Because Xiao Yang could see the flaws in the formation and restriction at a glance, he was able to dodge them easily. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they were already halfway up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, they saw 3 people. Judging from their attire, they were from the 2nd palace. Hey, you guys are from the 1st palace? One of the burly men shouted loudly. His face was full of arrogance, and his eyes were full of contempt. One had to know that in the previous competitions between the 3 palaces, the 1st palace was always at the bottom. In the last competition between the 3 palaces, the representative of the 1st palace couldn't even reach the top of the mountain. It was a joke in the Jigo sect. Even Li Shuri was reprimanded and punished by the sect leader and elders. That's right, we are. I'm Xiao Yang, and this is my senior brother, 3,000 Lights. Xiao Yang replied indifferently. Although they belonged to different palaces, they were all from the Jigo sect, so there was no need to treat them as enemies. Moreover, if they won this competition between the 3 palaces, they would have to lead the people from the Jigo sect to the South Pole City, including the people from the 2nd palace and the 3rd palace. It was best not to offend them. I'm Long Guanghai, and these 2 are my junior sisters, Lin Shireen and Lin Xia. Then they bowed to each other. No matter what kind of opponent they were, at least they had to do this on the surface. After bowing, Long Guanghai said sarcastically, "The 1st palace is really bold, daring to send people to participate. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Junior sisters, let's go. There's no need to be long-winded with them." Long Guanghai continued to lead them up. This person is so arrogant. Xiao Yang thought to himself. 3,000 Lights also thought the same. It was definitely because the other party was arrogant and conceited. Anyone with a bit of ability would probably be like this. The 2 continued to walk up the mountain. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they had far surpassed Long Guanghai, Lin Shireen, and Lin Xia. This made Long Guanghai feel very embarrassed. When they first met, he looked down on the other party. Now that the other party had left him in the dust, where could he put his face? Moreover, this was in front of 2 beautiful junior sisters. "Hey, why are you walking so fast? Aren't you waiting for someone?" Long Guanghai shouted with an unfriendly face. Xiao Yang and 3,000 Lights stopped in their tracks and looked at Long Guanghai and the other 2 in surprise. In their impression, there was no need to wait for someone to climb the mountain. Otherwise, why did it take them half a cup of tea's time to catch up with them? Then they released their divine sense and saw the disciples of the 3rd palace far in front of them. Xiao Yang said in surprise, senior brother Long Guanghai. The third palace's senior brothers are all in front of us. If they were waiting for someone, why didn't they stop? This immediately made Long Guanghai speechless. The ranking of this mountain climb was actually related to the exchange of pointers. The first person to climb the mountain would definitely fall into the eyes of the sect master, elders, and palace masters and would have a good impression of them. The last person to climb the mountain would only be looked down upon. Besides, being the first to climb the mountain meant that they were capable. Those who were capable would press forward fearlessly and have the same momentum as before. In the following competition, they would be unstoppable. Therefore, the second and third palaces' senior brothers were not willing to be the last to climb the mountain. This was why they stopped Xiaoyang. Long Guanghai hurriedly said, "Junior brother Xiaoyang, junior brother 3,000 lights, how about we go up together?" He could be considered to have compromised. Originally, he was not willing to go with Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights, and he thought that he would be faster than them. But from the looks of it, if this trend continued, they would definitely fall behind. Senior brother Long Guanghai, the third palace's senior brothers, are in front. Why don't you call them? Xiaoyang responded. Then he ignored Long Guanghai and continued to climb the mountain. Seeing the two walking up, Long Guanghai was anxious and angry. He snorted and gritted his teeth to catch up. Chapter 1049. The higher they went, the stronger the pressure. They had to circulate their cultivation to resist at all times. Similarly, the higher they went, the denser the formations, traps, and restrictions. They had to be 120% alert to face them. Otherwise, once they fell into the traps and formations, it would take a lot of time. Along the way, Long Guanghai and the other two triggered at least a dozen formations and restrictions. They struggled in the formations for a while before they could get rid of the restraints of the formations. The higher they went, the slower they were. At first, they could barely catch up with Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights. Now, they could barely see their figures. It was obvious how far behind they were. They couldn't see the end of the stairs. Lin Shirin and Lin Xia's expressions were also ugly. They lowered their heads and walked silently. Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights had already caught up with the representatives of the third hall. "Greetings, senior brothers." Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights cupped their hands and bowed. They were all brothers of the same sect. They would see each other often. This kind of etiquette was still necessary. Ao Lycian glanced at Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights. He was about to smile and return the greeting, but then he saw the clothes they were wearing and recognized that they were from the first hall. He immediately held back his smile and returned the greeting coldly. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, junior brothers." Then he ignored Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights and continued to lead the others forward. He had no intention of chatting at all. This made 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang smile bitterly. Who was to blame? Who asked the first hall to have such poor results in the grand competition? It was good enough that they didn't ridicule them. How could they dream of befriending them? Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights were also happy to have some peace and quiet. They continued to walk toward the top of the mountain. They didn't slow down at all. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they easily passed Ao Lycian and the others and walked in front of them casually. Ao Lycian couldn't help but frown when he saw this. The third hall had always been the first to climb the mountain, and the first hall had always been the last to climb the mountain. What happened today? These two people were walking so fast and smoothly. This caused them to be extremely astonished. "Go, let's speed up. We can't let them beat us." Ao Lycian gritted his teeth as he gave the order. The pressure of the verdant mountain itself could be blocked, but the increasingly dense array formations and restrictions caught them off guard. Ao Lycian and the other two had activated one of the restrictive spells. They were now trapped in an illusory formation and were struggling to break out of it. Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights had almost reached the top of the mountain. Releasing his divine sense, he saw that more than 10 people had already gathered at the top of the mountain. Among the dozen or so people, Xiaoyang only recognized one person, and that was the first hall master, Li Shiri. He did not recognize the rest. However, looking at the order of their seats, one could tell that those people's identities and positions were definitely higher than Li Shiri's. If that's the case, then those people must be the higher-ups of the Jigo sect. Xiaoyang and 3,000 Lights exchanged glances and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Palace Master Li Shiri had always told them that they must fight for glory and not lose the face of the first palace. Therefore, no matter what, they had to be in the limelight. Let's go, junior brother. Don't let the palace master wait for too long. 3,000 Lights shouted. Xiaoyang nodded and continued to lead 3,000 Lights up the mountain. In a short while, they had climbed all the steps and easily appeared in front of everyone. When the Jigo sect master, elders, palace masters, and the others saw 3,000 Lights and Xiaoyang, they could not help but be stunned. Their focus was on the clothes the two of them were wearing and identifying them from their clothes. They were actually disciples of the first palace. This was too unbelievable. It was too unimaginable. They were all shocked. If they remembered correctly, in every competition between the three palaces, the first palace would always be there to serve as a foil. How could they be the first to reach the top this time? They all looked at the first hall master, Li Shiri, in astonishment. With a reserved smile on his face, Li Shiri looked at Xiaoyang and 3,000 Lights with approval and encouragement in his eyes. At least this time, 3,000 Lights and Xiaoyang had made him proud. Then, the representatives of the third palace also came up. It was Ao Lycian and the others. Their faces were a little ugly as they lowered their heads. When they glanced at Xiaoyang from the corner of their eyes, they were a little angry. They felt that Xiaoyang and 3,000 Lights had stolen their limelight, and they were angry. Every time, the third palace was first, but now, the first palace had taken the lead. It was too embarrassing. Fortunately, at least they were not last. The third hall master's face was cold, and he did not say a word. He glared at them fiercely, which made Ao Lycian and the others tremble. The last to come up were Long Guanghai, Lin Shirin, and Lin Xia, the representatives of the second palace. Their faces were extremely ugly, and their expressions were ugly. Originally, they were at least in second place. Now, because of Xiaoyang and 3,000 Lights' sudden appearance, they were the last to come up. Moreover, they took the longest time to come up, which made them feel very embarrassed. Now, Long Guanghai and the others did not dare to look at the second hall master at all, because they knew that the second hall master's face was ugly. On the other hand, Li Shiri looked at the second hall master with interest. In every grand competition, he had been mocked by this guy. This time, he could finally hold his head high in front of him. It was a great feeling. The second hall master noticed Li Shiri's gaze and snorted softly, but he did not argue. He had mocked him too many times before. Was it not normal for him to be mocked back? The Jigo sect master was sitting in the middle of the front row. When he saw that the people had arrived, he said loudly, "According to the rules of previous years, the grand competition between the three palaces begins." Then the 8 people began to draw lots. Xiaoyang drew number 1, and 3,000 Lights drew number 2. After the drawing of lots, the sect master shouted, "Number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, please come up to the challenge platform." As his voice fell, Sect Master Wan Haodong released King Wu's cultivation. In an instant, 3 huge challenge platforms appeared in the void. When Xiaoyang, 3,000 Lights, Ao Lycian Long Guanghai, and the others sensed King Wu's aura, they were all shocked and their souls trembled. It was too powerful. It gave them a feeling that they could not resist. Was this King Wu's cultivation? Their hearts desired to be stronger. The 4 of them calmed down and flew up to the challenge platform one after another. The first to fly up was Xiaoyang. This shocked Sect Master Wan Haodong, Sect Master Li Shiri, and the others once again. Every time during the grand competition, Sect Master Wan Haodong would release King Wu's aura. One was to intimidate the younger generation, and the other was to stimulate their hearts to cultivate. In the past, the representatives would be stunned for a few breaths before coming to their senses. Chapter 1050. However, this time, Xiaoyang was only stunned for a single breath. What did that mean? It meant that Xiaoyang was not even afraid of King Wu. Even the 3 palace masters did not have that kind of courage. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang was really extraordinary. They did not know that Xiaoyang had memories from his previous life. In his previous life, Xiaoyang was already a top existence who had been famous for a long time. With a flip of his hand, he had defeated countless martial kings. Naturally, he did not take martial kings seriously. Wan Haodong could not help but take a few more glances at Xiaoyang. The second place was 3,000 Light, who came back to his senses. 3,000 Light's composure was also very good. Although he could not be compared to Xiaoyang, he was at least much better than the others. The third place was naturally Ao Lysian, followed by Long Guanghai. After the 4 of them flew up to the challenge platform, Wan Haodong spoke again. Number 1 and number 5 will fight. Number 2 and number 6 will fight. Number 3 and number 7 will fight. And number 4 and number 8 will fight. If you are a disciple from the same palace, please remind them that there will be other arrangements. Because this was the competition between the 3 palaces, they would not let them compete with the same palace. Those who had been called and had yet to step onto the stage immediately flew up to the stage with their cultivations in hand. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at the person who flew up. He could not help but be happy. It was the arrogant Long Guanghai who was left behind. Junior brother Xiaoyang, what a coincidence! After Long Guanghai went up to the challenge platform, he was happy to see that his opponent was Xiaoyang. So what if Xiaoyang was very fast at climbing the mountain? That did not represent Xiaoyang's strength at all. Moreover, in the previous competitions, the representatives of the first palace were synonymous with trash and ants. Therefore, Long Guanghai was even more excited. As long as he defeated Xiaoyang, he would be able to wash away the humiliation from before. Moreover, he would be able to vent his anger. Who asked Xiaoyang to not wait for him before, causing him to make a fool of himself. In his opinion, Xiaoyang was definitely the kind who could not withstand a single blow. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Yes, what a coincidence." Long Guanghai didn't like Xiaoyang. But how could Xiaoyang like Long Guanghai? When they were climbing the mountain, Xiaoyang had wanted to teach him a lesson, but he was afraid of breaking the rules, so he restrained himself. Now that he had a chance to teach the other party a lesson openly, how could he miss it? Then there's nothing else to say. Next, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Long Guanghai snorted coldly and said fiercely. Then Wu Zun burst out with his cultivation of the 7th rank. His terrifying aura soared into the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out, making people shudder. At the very least, in the eyes of the myriad vast faction and many elders, the second hall was doing well. At the very least, they had sent a representative of Wu Zun at the 7th step, which meant that the second hall was good at nurturing people. The second hall master noticed the changes in Wan Haodong's and the other elders' moods, and he felt a little better. Although Long Guanghai and the others were the last to climb the mountain, the cultivation they displayed was enough to earn him respect again. Then he looked at Li Shuri contemptuously, as if saying, "See, this is real strength. Climbing the mountain is nothing." Li Shuri chuckled, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking expression. This made the second hall master stunned, and he didn't understand what Li Shuri meant. However, he soon understood, because Xiaoyang also suddenly released Wu Zun's cultivation of the 7th rank. From this, it could be seen that the first hall's nurturing ability was not much better. Next, it would depend on their fighting strength against the same level. The second hall master stopped laughing. He really couldn't laugh. One look at Xiaoyang and he knew that he was not to be trifled with. He didn't know if Long Guanghai could win. Xiaoyang died. Long Guanghai roared and released his origin energy. He performed his most powerful martial arts technique, condensed a blade shadow and slashed at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't hold back. To deal with such a person, he should let him know how powerful he was. Only by completely defeating him would he choose to submit. Take my 7 steps of the barbarian god. Xiaoyang snorted and immediately performed the 7 steps of the barbarian god. As his origin energy erupted, and as his origin energy was released, a giant footprint suddenly condensed in the void. When he took the 2nd step, Long Guanghai's martial skill saber shadow immediately collapsed. Then Xiaoyang took the 3rd step. Long Guanghai could only passively defend and hold on bitterly. Fortunately, he had the same cultivation as Xiaoyang, or he would definitely not be able to hold on this time. Even if he could hold on through the 3rd step, when Xiaoyang took the 4th step, Long Guanghai couldn't hold on anymore. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees on the challenge platform. Although his willpower was strong and his expression was full of unwillingness, his cultivation and strength couldn't keep up with his willpower. When Xiaoyang took the 5th step, the entire challenge platform trembled and showed signs of collapsing. Even Grandmaster Wan Haodong was astonished when he saw this. Although the challenge platform was formed casually by him, it was still formed by King Wu's cultivation. How could it not withstand Wu Zun's rank 7 battle? Seeing that Xiaoyang was about to take the 5th step, Wan Haodong panicked. He hurriedly circulated his cultivation to strengthen the challenge platform. If he couldn't even stabilize the challenge platform, it would be too embarrassing. The 2nd Hall Master was also panicking and frightened. As a Hall Master, he could naturally see that Long Guanghai was at the end of his rope and couldn't take any more attacks. As for Xiaoyang's 7 steps of the barbarian god, each step was more powerful than the last. If he took the 5th step, not only Long Guanghai, but even the Hall Master himself wouldn't have the confidence to block it. Stop it! The 2nd Hall Master couldn't help but shout, reminding Xiaoyang not to be too ruthless. Long Guanghai was the leader of the 2nd Hall. He couldn't fall here. Long Guanghai, are you still not going to admit defeat? Are you waiting for death? The 2nd Hall Master knew that interfering in the grand competition was against the rules, so he immediately asked Long Guanghai to admit defeat. Even if he didn't ask Long Guanghai to admit defeat, Long Guanghai couldn't take it anymore. If he continued to fight, he would die. I admit defeat. Long Guanghai wanted to fight to the death. Even if he died, he wanted to protect his dignity. But when he felt the 7 steps of the barbarian god, he panicked and felt uneasy. He knew that he had overestimated himself. When he heard the 2nd Hall Master ask him to admit defeat, Long Guanghai admitted defeat without hesitation. Xiaoyang didn't continue to bully him. When he heard his opponent admit defeat, he stopped. Since you've lost, leave. You want to stay here and humiliate yourself? Xiaoyang said coldly with disdain in his eyes. Who asked this guy to be so arrogant? Now he's slapped in the face. Humph! Long Guanghai snorted and left the challenge platform unwillingly. The 2nd Hall Master's face didn't look good either. Chapter 1051. Li Shuri laughed loudly, praising Xiaoyang loudly, and not bad, Xiaoyang, keep up the good work. At least Xiaoyang won 1 round, so the 1st Hall's chances of winning were much higher. At least they wouldn't be in the last place. Although he had always emphasized that Xiaoyang and 3,000 Lights had to win 1st place, in fact, he only hoped that they wouldn't be in the last place. Even if they could enter 2nd place, he would be satisfied. On the 2nd platform, 3,000 Lights' battle had reached its climax. His opponent was the 2nd Hall's Lin Xia. Both of them were strong, Wu Zun's 7th stage. Sect Master Wan Haodong, the elders, and the 3 Hall Masters narrowed their eyes. Many people were shocked and subconsciously glanced at the 1st Hall's Li Shuri. They felt that Li Shuri was not simple. At least 3,000 Lights' battle strength was enough to enter their eyes. This was enough to prove that Li Shuri was good at nurturing people. This time, Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights were sent out to fight for the first place. The second hall master and the third hall master's faces were ugly and gloomy. 3,000 lights and Lin Xia fought fiercely for half a cup of tea's time. In the end, both sides used their trump cards to determine the winner. Lin Xia was sent flying out of the platform by 3,000 lights battle skill light. 3,000 lights was the winner. 3,000 lights wins. Sect Master Wan Haodong shouted. No one objected. This immediately made Li Shuri very excited. Now both contestants could enter the next round. Haha. Soon, the results of the other two platforms came out. The winners were Ao Lycian and Lin Shireen. Ao Lycian represented the third hall. Lin Shireen represented the second hall. 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang represented the first hall. Next, there was no need to draw lots. Xiaoyang said directly, "Senior brother from the third hall, you were very arrogant when you were climbing the mountain. How about we fight now?" He chose the strongest Ao Lycian, so 3,000 lights could only fight Lin Shireen. "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ao Lycian snorted coldly. He left his stage and flew to Xiaoyang's stage. The upper echelons of the sect did not make a sound, which meant that they had tacitly agreed to the way they were going to fight. "Xiaoyang, I will let you know what regret is. How dare you be so arrogant?" Ao Lycian said coldly. Their third hall had always been number one in the grand competition. Now that the first hall had taken the limelight, they were naturally unhappy. Of course, the third hall still had a chance. As long as they defeated Xiaoyang and defeated 3,000 lights, the third hall would still be number one. "Please." Xiaoyang was fearless. With his signature smile on his face, he looked at the other party with confidence. Ao Lycian bellowed and unleashed his powerful physical strength to attack Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang could not help but narrow his eyes. Ao Lycian was a body-tempering cultivator. His physical strength was comparable to that of Wu Zun's level 6. Not bad, not bad. You're a body-tempering cultivator who has reached Wu Zun's level 6. He praised. There were too few body-tempering cultivators in the middle stream realm. So far, Ao Lycian was the first body-tempering cultivator that Xiaoyang had met. Xiaoyang had always thought that he was the only body-tempering cultivator. Finally, he met someone of the same kind. However, it was not a good encounter to meet an opponent right away. "Yes, I'm a body-tempering cultivator. My physical strength is so strong that I can ignore your martial arts attacks. I can block your attacks with my physical body." Ao Lycian laughed heartily. His face was filled with pride as he explained in a conceited manner. Because there were too few body-tempering cultivators in the middle stream realm, there were even fewer who could reach a higher level. Therefore, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Moreover, body-tempering cultivators were indeed awesome. They could beat most cultivators with their physical bodies. The third hall master's face finally looked better after seeing Ao Lycian's performance. He smiled and looked at Ao Lycian with gratification. Even Sect Master Wan Haodong and the other elders were looking at him. They had a good impression of body-tempering cultivators. It could be said that Ao Lycian had left a good impression on them. There were too few body-tempering cultivators in the Jigo sect. They could be counted on one hand. There were probably only 2 or 3 who had reached Wu Zun's level 6. Ao Lycian was one of them. Therefore, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. On the contrary, the first hall master, Li Shuri, was a little nervous. From the expressions of these people, he could tell that Ao Lycian's body-tempering body was very strong. He began to worry about Xiaoyang. He frowned slightly and looked at the 2 people on the challenge platform with worry. He didn't know that Xiaoyang was also a body-tempering cultivator. He also didn't know that Xiaoyang's physical body had reached the same level as Wu Zun's level 7. The physical body that Ao Lycian was so proud of was not worth mentioning in Xiaoyang's eyes. "Xiaoyang, I'll let you experience the explosion of my physical strength." Die! Ao Lycian shouted and released his terrifying physical strength. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xiaoyang. It was obvious that his speed was very fast. He was using his physical strength to the extreme. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at the figure rushing over with a faint smile. He didn't take it to heart and said indifferently, "Not bad, Ao Lycian. Your physical body is strong. All right, I'll stand here and take your punch. If you can force me to take a step back, I'll admit defeat." Arrogant. He was really arrogant. After hearing Xiaoyang's arrogant words, the sect master Wan Haodong, the various elders, and the 3 hall masters all thought that Xiaoyang was too arrogant and conceited. Wu Zun's level 6 physical strength was not to be trifled with. Once hit, it would be like the force of Mount Tai bombarding one's body. It would be unbearable. Xiaoyang dodge or admit defeat. The 1st hall master couldn't help but shout. He looked even more anxious. He thought that Xiaoyang was too arrogant. Even though he was Wu Zun's level 8, he didn't dare to take a punch from a body-tempering cultivator. Therefore, he would rather Xiaoyang lose the match than let Xiaoyang get hurt here. However, Xiaoyang didn't move away or admit defeat. Instead, he smiled and explained, "Don't worry, this senior brother can't hurt me." Everyone was speechless. Let's just wait and see. The 3rd hall master found it funny. He whispered to the black-faced Li Shuri, "Senior brotherly, if Xiaoyang gets hurt, you can't blame him." He didn't listen to advice. He thought that Xiaoyang was definitely courting death. After taking a punch from Ao Lycian, he would definitely be seriously injured. Instead of saying that he was giving Li Shuri a warning, it was more like he was showing off to Li Shuri. "Look, the people from the 3rd hall are so awesome." Chapter 1052. Li Shuri couldn't be bothered with his annoying face. He turned around and watched the battle in silence. "Xiaoyang, I gave you a chance to escape, but you didn't take it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Ao Lycian was worried that he would seriously injure Xiaoyang, so he held back. However, when he saw how arrogant Xiaoyang was, he didn't need to hold back anymore. He unleashed his full strength and punched Xiaoyang in his peak state. Bang! Xiaoyang was hit in an instant. However, the scene of him being sent flying didn't happen. Xiaoyang was still standing on the same spot, as if nothing had happened. Ao Lycian, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and shocked. Damn! What's going on? He was at a loss. Even if Wu Zun was a 7th-stage powerhouse, he would definitely be injured and sent flying if he was hit by Ao Lycian's physical strength. However, Xiaoyang was unscathed and was still smiling slyly. What's going on? Ao Lycian wasn't the only one who was stunned. Even sect master Wan Haodong, the elders, and the 3 temple masters were stunned. Even though they'd stopped worrying about anything since a long time ago, and their emotions wouldn't be easily agitated, but this time they were completely astounded. They were flabbergasted and dumbstruck as they looked at the scene before them, and they felt disbelief. When Ao Lycian punched, they had a premonition that Xiaoyang was going to die. However, when the real punch landed, Xiaoyang was actually fine. Instead, he didn't move at all. He stood there unscathed. This was too shocking. This was too inconceivable. Is Ao Lycian's physical strength fake? It's definitely not fake. As powerful cultivators of the Jigo sect, they could naturally see Ao Lycian's physical strength at a glance. Look, Xiaoyang's body is also filled with physical strength. One of the elders exclaimed. Fortunately, he was observant and meticulous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed it. Indeed, Xiaoyang's control over his physical strength was too subtle. Not even the slightest fluctuation was revealed. Sect leader Wan Haodong and the others gathered their focus and even unleashed their divine sense to detect the force of flesh flowing on the surface of Xiaoyang's body. They couldn't help but gasp. "Oh my God, I'll go." This was too exaggerated. They could see that Xiaoyang's physical strength was actually at the 7th order of Wu Zun, which was too unbelievable. What did this mean? This meant that Xiaoyang's fleshly body realm was even higher than Ao Lycian's. It was so high that it was unimaginable. One had to know that Xiaoyang was an expert in cultivation. When he executed the barbarian god's 7 steps, its power was comparable to Wu Zun's 8th order. It was simply unbelievable that such a powerful cultivator's physical body could be so strong. After being stunned for a moment, the 3rd hall master could not help but burst into laughter. He was extremely pleased with himself, and his face was beaming with joy. Xiaoyang had really made him proud. To think that he was sweating profusely for Xiaoyang just now. Now it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. Xiaoyang's strength had exceeded his imagination. It was really unbelievable that he was a valiant cultivator who practiced dual cultivation. It was a wise decision to choose Xiaoyang back then. Li Shuri glanced at the 3rd hall master who was showing off to him just now and couldn't help but laugh again. He said in a low voice, "2nd hall master, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Xiaoyang is not injured. You should be worried about Ao Lycian." Back then, the 3rd hall master thought that he would definitely win, so he wanted to show off in front of the 1st hall master. Now he was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. His face darkened. His face was dark, and he was very depressed. After hearing Li Shuri's teasing, he was even more unhappy. He turned his face away and couldn't be bothered with the smug Li Shuri. On the challenge platform, "Your fist is not strong enough. Now it's time to take my punch. It's my turn to test the strength of your physical body." Xiaoyang smiled happily, then slowly raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. He condensed the 7th order strength of Wu Zun's physical body and punched out. This was the full power of his physical body, which was comparable to Wu Zun's 8th order strength. If Ao Lycian was hit, his whole body would be blown into a cloud of blood mist. Oh no! The 3rd hall master's face suddenly changed, and he looked horrified. He could almost foresee the miserable result. He immediately shouted, "Xiaoyang, show mercy. Ao Lycian, quickly admit defeat." There was no way to continue the fight. The difference in cultivation and physical body between the two sides was too obvious. Look at how awesome Xiaoyang was. He took a punch from Ao Lycian and was fine. His defense was simply invincible. If Ao Lycian was hit by Xiaoyang's punch, he wouldn't even have the chance to scream. Wasn't that terrifying? Ao Lycian, who was in the battle, was immediately shocked. At this moment, he only felt that his whole body was in great danger. A will of death descended on him, making him panic. Every hair on his body stood up, making him nervous and fearful. He was so scared that he was dumbfounded, and his mind was shaken. After a long time, he gradually came to his senses under Xiaoyang's great pressure. He hurriedly said, "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." As a cultivator of the body refining realm, he immediately noticed that Xiaoyang's physical body was at least several times stronger than his. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. "I admit defeat." Xiaoyang's punch, with all his strength, didn't hit him in the end. The power and pressure he unleashed had already subdued Ao Lycian. He withdrew his power and pressure, kept a smile, and cupped his hands. "I'm impressed." Ao Lycian sighed with a melancholy expression. He also cupped his hands, admitted defeat, and stepped down from the challenge platform. Sect Master Wan Haodong announced, "Xiaoyang wins." Following this announcement, there were no cheers or shouts. There was only silence, because these onlookers and witnesses were the top echelons of the sect, who knew how many times they had experienced and seen this kind of small scene. Naturally, they were indifferent. On the contrary, the 1st hall master, Li Shuri, only felt excited. The reason why he was so excited was naturally because he had defeated the other 2 hall masters. In the past, he had always been at the bottom in the previous competitions of the 3 halls. He had always been ridiculed and attacked. Now that he could finally turn the tables and become the master, how could he not be elated? The 2nd hall master's face darkened, and he didn't say a word. Especially when he saw Li Shuri's gaze, he pretended not to see it. Needless to say, he was very depressed. He originally thought that today's competition of the 3 halls was another chance to slap Li Shuri's face. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face instead. Xiao Yang jumped down from the challenge platform excitedly and came in front of the first hall master, Li Shuri. Well done, Xiao Yang. Good job. Li Shuri wasn't stingy with his praise. At least the second hall had lost. Chapter 1053. It didn't matter even if they were defeated in the following matches. At least they could enter the second place. If they accidentally won, it would be even better, and they could take the first place. It's all thanks to Palace Master's guidance. Xiao Yang said humbly. In fact, Li Shuri didn't give any guidance at all. He just assigned this task to Xiao Yang. Li Shuri was even happier. He felt that Xiao Yang was too good at handling people. Very good. He was thinking that he would reward Xiao Yang greatly when he returned. On the challenge stage, 3000 Light was fighting fiercely with Lin Shireen. Both of them were equally matched in terms of combat power. No one could do anything to the other. After fighting for half a day, 3000 Light suggested, "Senior sister, why don't we tie?" In fact, even if it was a tie, the first hall would be the first place. Because Xiao Yang had won and he hadn't lost. Lin Shireen naturally knew that 3000 Light was difficult to deal with. After trying for a while, she still couldn't defeat 3000 Light, so she had to agree to a tie. 3000 Light and Lin Shireen tied. Then the first hall will be the first place in this competition. Next, the second hall and third hall can choose to fight to determine the second and third place. Sect Master Wan Hao's voice sounded again. 3000 Light and Xiao Yang were overjoyed and excited. Senior brother, we won. Junior brother, we won. We won glory for the first hall. Xiao Yang and 3000 Light were excited. They smiled excitedly and looked at the first hall master, Li Shuri. Li Shuri was also secretly proud, but he didn't show an exaggerated expression on his face. He had to be reserved. However, he still acknowledged their achievements with his eyes. The second hall master and third hall master looked at each other. Originally, the second hall master didn't want to fight again. He just wanted to keep the second place. However, the third hall master was unwilling. Therefore, the two couldn't come to an agreement and had to fight again. In the past, the third hall had always been the first and the second hall second. Now, the appearance of Xiao Yang and 3000 Light caused the third hall to lose. Therefore, the third hall wanted to snatch the second hall's ranking. Of course, the second hall was unhappy. Thus, Ao Lycian represented the third hall and Lin Shireen represented the second hall. After a fierce battle, Lin Shireen was defeated by Ao Lycian due to her lack of stamina. This was because Lin Shireen had expended too much energy when she fought against 3000 Lights, which led to her defeat. Although Ao Lycian won, it was an unfair victory. Ao Lycian wins. The third hall takes second place, while the second hall takes last place. The competition between the 3 halls is over. The content of the fight will be recorded and circulated to the Jigo sect. Wan Haodong said calmly. Then he ordered, Xiao Yang, 3000 Lights, listen up. Xiao Yang and 3000 Lights became nervous. This was a direct order from the sect master. They immediately restrained their expressions and maintained a serious look. They walked up to Wan Haodong aggressively and said, "We're here. I order you to be the Jigo sect's special envoys and lead our elite troops to the South Pole City to confront Arcturus. Don't let me down." Wan Haodong said calmly, "Yes, sect master. We will do our best to win glory for the Jigo sect." 3000 Lights and Xiao Yang hurriedly accepted the order. As the special envoys of the sect, leading the elite troops of the sect was an unparalleled power. Okay, your rewards will be given by the sect master later. Go back and rest for 2 days. We will depart in 2 days, Wan Haodong ordered. Therefore, Xiao Yang and 3000 Light excused themselves and left the verdant mountain. After they left, the third hall's Ao Lycian Second Hall's Long Guanghai, Lin Shirin and Lin Xia also left. They hurriedly caught up with Xiao Yang and 3,000 lights. Senior brother Xiao Yang, senior brother 3,000 lights, wait for us. Why are you in such a hurry? Ao Lycian and Long Guanhai smiled happily as if they were very familiar with Xiao Yang and 3,000 lights. They said enthusiastically, Senior brothers, why don't you come to my place? Junior apprentice brother has top-grade spirit tea. They changed the way they addressed Xiao Yang and 3,000 lights. They now called them senior brothers. They remembered that when they were climbing the mountain, they didn't spare a glance at Xiao Yang and 3,000 lights. Now that they were defeated, they wanted to curry favor with Xiao Yang and 3,000 lights. They couldn't help it. Xiao Yang and 3,000 lights had become the special envoys of the sect and were about to lead the elite troops to the South Pole City. This was a huge achievement. Of course, they wanted to get a share of it. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and looked at them with interest, his gaze playful. Previously, they had acted as if they were the only ones in the world, looking down on this and that. But now, they were all smiling and trying to curry favor with him. How shameless could they be? On the other hand, Lin Shirin and Lin Xia both felt a little embarrassed. They lowered their heads and pinched the corners of their dresses with their slender fingers. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Xiao Yang smiled and said, Senior brothers and junior sisters, we're all disciples of the Jigo sect. If you have something to say, just say it. Long Guanghua, Ao Lycian, and the others didn't hold back. They hurriedly said, it's like this. Senior brother 3,000 lights and senior brother Xiaoyang are going to the South Pole City. We also want to go and gain some experience, so we hope you can take us with you. 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang looked at each other. They naturally knew why they were here. The two of them chuckled. Then Xiaoyang said, of course. Senior brother Long Guanghai, senior brother Ao Lycian, each of you can pick 50 people to go with us. We'll meet up in 2 days and go to the South Pole City together. Thank you, senior brother Xiaoyang. Thank you, senior brother 3,000 lights. Long Guanghai, Ao Lycian, Lin Shirin, and Lin Xia were all excited. Before they came, they knew that they might be bullied. However, they had already made up their minds. Even if they were bullied, they would fight for this opportunity to go out. They didn't expect Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights to be so easy to talk to. Not only did they agree, but they also gave them 50 spots each. This meant that they could also bring people out from the second and third halls. It was equivalent to giving them a part of the merits of going out to the 2 halls. Their impression of Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights immediately changed. Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights returned to the first hall and told the disciples of the first hall. Many of them cheered for their victory and fought for the spots to go out to the South Pole City. The first to hear the news were naturally the training hall and the enforcement hall. Most of the people from the 2 halls were willing to go out. Then, the other disciples of the first hall. After Qiu Rangue bowed dating, 3,000 streams, 3,000 desolates, and the others heard the news, they clamored to go out with 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights naturally agreed to these people's requests. Chapter 1054. Taking advantage of the remaining 2 days of rest, San Qingguang continued to work at the training hall, while Xiaoyang planned to visit the Xiao family. The midstream Xiao family was one of the 3 top forces in the midstream region. It was on the same level as the Jigo sect and Arcturus, which showed how powerful the Xiao family was. Xiaoyang planned to visit the Xiao family because he wanted to see if the Xiao family in the midstream region was the main family. Back in Donglin town in the lowstream region, the elders had told him that the Xiao family in Donglin town was just a branch. In fact, there was a main family. In addition, he had met 3 major mercenary groups in the Beast Forest. They were the Leopard Mercenary Group, the Wolf Dog Mercenary Group, and the Tiger Cat Mercenary Group. These 3 mercenary groups had all fallen in the Beast Forest. The leopard mercenary group had hoped that Xiaoyang would visit the Xiao family in the midstream region to tell the Xiao family that their mission had failed. Since he had made a promise to them, he had to fulfill it. As for the rewards, Xiaoyang wasn't afraid of them running away. It didn't matter if he received them later. Thus, he left the Jigo sect and headed to the Xiao family's territory. After using multiple teleportation portals, Xiaoyang arrived at the Xiao family's headquarters in less than half a day. This was a Xiao family city. The highest authority of the Xiao family lived in the Xiao family city. Because the Xiao family was one of the 3 overlords in the midstream region, not everyone could meet the authority of the Xiao family. Xiaoyang had wanted to enter the Xiao family's mansion, but unfortunately he was stopped. However, the good news was that the Xiao family had organized a martial arts competition to find a spouse. This event was held in the center of the Xiao family city, and anyone could participate. This immediately gave Xiaoyang hope. His main goal wasn't to marry a girl, but to enter the Xiao family. Small family city was bustling with noise and excitement, especially in the central square, where tens of thousands of people had gathered. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of people rubbing shoulders. On the high platform in the center, 2 people were sparring. One of them was a beautiful young woman whose cultivation was at the 6th level of Wu Zun. One of them was a young man in his teens, and his cultivation was also at the 6th order martial venerable realm. Xiao Linger, I, Nangong Liang, have admired you for a long time. Please give me a chance. I will not let you down in this life. Nangong Liang said politely to Xiao Linger. Cut the crap, Nangong Liang. Today is a martial arts competition to find a spouse. If you have the ability, then beat me first. If you don't, then scram. Xiao Linger, who was dressed in green, snorted softly. She raised her head proudly, and the aura of cultivation circulated around her body. So far, more than 10 people had been defeated by her. Everyone who went up to participate in the competition also had restrictions. They had to be between the ages of 18 to 22, and their cultivation level must be at least at the 6th level of Wu Zun. Therefore, even though there were tens of thousands of people gathered here, there were not many who met the requirements. To reach the 6th level of Wu Zun at such a young age, one would not be able to meet the requirements unless they were from a large family. Of course, a heaven-defying genius like Xiaoyang was a different story. Xiao Linger, since that's the case, don't blame me for bullying you. Nangong Liang chuckled and immediately released the power of Wu Zun rank 6. He unleashed a shocking martial arts technique and attacked Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger was not to be trifled with either. She had never liked a hypocrite like Nangong Liang. She immediately unleashed her power source and unleashed a martial arts technique to retaliate. Both of them were enveloped in a defensive light barrier. Then the light from their martial arts techniques continuously shot out as they exchanged blows. Xiaoyang found out from the crowd's discussion that there were restrictions to going up to challenge Nangong Liang. He could not help but smile. It seemed that he was the most suitable candidate. Looking at the battle between the 2 of them, Xiao Linger was clearly superior. The Xiao family was the #1 family after all. They definitely did not lack martial arts techniques and cultivation resources. It was definitely not something that 2nd or 3rd-rate families could compare to. This was the reason why those young masters desperately wanted to marry Xiao Linger. Once they married Xiao Linger, they would be connected to the Xiao family, the #1 family. With the help of the Xiao family, their family would definitely rise faster. Of course, putting this factor aside, Xiao Linger was already very beautiful. Her beauty was unrivaled and her cultivation talent was outstanding. Now, she had become a proud daughter of heaven at such a young age. She was the leader of the younger generation. The 2 of them fought fiercely for more than 2 hours. In the end, Nangong Liang exhausted his cultivation and was defeated. However, Xiao Linger still had the strength to fight. You're very powerful. I admit defeat. Goodbye. After being defeated by Xiao Linger, Nangongliang felt that he had lost face and hurriedly bid farewell. Xiao Linger ignored him. She turned to the crowd and said, "There's only one challenger left today. Who wants to challenge me?" "I'll do it. I'll do it." Instantly, many people flew up. They all wanted to fight Xiao Linger. One had to know that as long as they defeated Xiao Linger, they would be able to marry the beauty Xiao Linger. They would also be able to obtain the help of the Xiao family. It was like reaching the heavens in a single step. There were more than 10 people who flew up. Their age and cultivation met the requirements. As for their looks, they all had their differences. There were some who were handsome, some who were domineering, and even the worst of them were at least average. I'll only challenge one person. It's the last challenger today. If I don't lose, I'll continue tomorrow. Xiao Linger looked at these 10+ people, and her red lips parted lightly as she spoke coldly. The dozen or so people looked at each other. Immediately, 2 or 3 of them retreated from the battle platform. The remaining 7 or 8 people were hesitating whether they should retreat or not. One of the guys with the strongest cultivation shouted loudly, "All of you retreat. We'll fight tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll be going against me." As he shouted, he released the aura of Wu Zun's 7th rank cultivation. This made many of the challengers wary. Their expressions changed drastically. They subconsciously took a step back and walked off the battle platform. Other than that, the other challengers looked at this person with fear. "Ningyu, what's the meaning of this? Are you planning to bully the weak? The order of the challengers is not something you can decide." One of the challengers shouted at Ningyu, unwilling to give up. The other challengers did the same. There were about 5 or 6 of them. 5 or 6 challengers gathered together. Their momentum and courage suddenly rose. They looked at Ningyu fearlessly. Their bodies were full of fighting spirit, ready to fight at any time. With so many people against Ningyu, even if Ningyu's cultivation was 1 realm higher than theirs, they still had a chance of winning. Ningyu snorted coldly. With a sullen face, he said, "Are you planning to disobey me? Ningyu, you've gone too far. How can you rely on your powerful cultivation to scare us off?" One of the challengers retorted loudly, "Very well, you've got guts. Since you don't plan to retreat, I'll send you on your way. I'll let you see the power of Wu Zun's 7th rank." Chapter 1055. Total Annihilation. Ningyu instantly displayed an astonishing martial skill, condensing a tyrannical staff. This staff's entire body was circulating with a white light. As the staff swept out, the 5 or 6 challengers of the 6th step of Wu Zun were defeated, all of them flying out of the stage. Ba, 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 ba. This Ningyu is really hateful, relying on his cultivation to drive us out. Who let his cultivation be so strong? Forget it. Anyway, there's still a chance tomorrow. I think you're thinking too much. Look at how strong Ningyu is. He alone swept us away. How can Xiao Linger be his opponent? Everyone came to a sudden realization and started to worry for Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger was their dream lover. Of course, they didn't want anyone to marry Xiao Linger. But Ningyu was so strong. Even if they were unwilling, there was no way to stop him. "Miss Xiao Linger, hello. I, Ningyu, have been thinking about you day and night, hoping to marry you one day. Now, this contest is the will of the heavens, you first." After Ningyu swept everyone away, he looked at Xiao complacently, and he cupped his fists and pretended to have a refined and courteous appearance. Xiao Linger's delicate cheeks were somewhat dignified, her expression ugly. This Ningyu was actually Wu Zun's 7th step cultivation. It seemed that he was not easy to deal with. If she failed, she would have to fulfill her promise and marry him. Ba ba ba. She didn't want to marry him. But what should she do next? Just as Xiao Linger was in a dilemma, Xiao Yang suddenly flew out from the crowd, landing in front of Ningyu, looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, saying, "Ningyu, right? I don't like to see you bully others. How about this? If you can defeat me, I'll withdraw. Otherwise, Don't even think about making a move on Miss Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger saw Xiaoyang come up and breathed a sigh of relief. Whether Xiaoyang could defeat Ningyu or not, it didn't matter. She could use the fact that it was already late and they would fight tomorrow as an excuse. Xiao Linger felt a little regretful. Small family and big city were full of outstanding heroes and talents. She wasn't the #1 person in the world. She didn't know how many hidden experts had yet to appear. Seeing Xiaoyang suddenly appear, she felt that he was very unusual. Therefore, she wanted to find a way to make up for it tomorrow. Otherwise, he would have shot himself in the foot. With that thought in mind, he silently retreated to the other side. "Kid, who are you? Small family in this big city. I have never seen you before. How dare you interfere with my affairs? Are you courting death? I don't mind fulfilling your wish." Ningyu roared loudly with a savage expression, and his eyes seemed to be spitting flames as he fiercely stared at Xiaoyang, as if wishing for nothing more than to eat Xiaoyang alive. "Ningyu, I am Xiaoyang. Since you want to use your power to bully others, break the rules, and follow the principle of strength, then I will teach you how to be a person and let you have a taste of being chased away." Xiaoyang chuckled and explained. "Impudent, a little guy like you, who came out of God knows where, wants to teach me a lesson? I'm afraid you won't even know how you died." Hearing Xiaoyang was going to teach him a lesson, Ningyu immediately became angry and couldn't restrain his anger. The crowd below immediately became lively, especially the dozen or so people who were chased off the stage by Ningyu. They were all young masters of second and third class families, and they had dozens of guards when they went out. They were unwilling to be chased off by Ningyu before. Now that they saw someone jump out to teach Ningyu a lesson, they were all happy to see it. They immediately shouted, "Xiaoyang, teach him a lesson. Who asked him to use his power to bully others and not know what's good for him? That's right, Xiaoyang, teach him how to be a person. This Ningyu is not a good person." When the dozen or so young masters shouted, their guards added up to more than 100 people, and they also echoed their young masters and shouted loudly. The sound waves were monstrous, as if the people were angry. Because the shouting of more than 100 people was too loud, many onlookers who didn't know the situation also followed and shouted. This was a kind of blind herd mentality. Thus, more than 1,000 people shouted, hoping that Xiaoyang would teach Ningyu a lesson. In the end, it developed to more than 10,000 people shouting, hoping that Xiaoyang would teach Ningyu a lesson. The scene of 10,000 people shouting was really too spectacular. The appearance of such a scene was unexpected to Xiaoyang. It seemed that everyone supported Xiaoyang and everyone hated Ningyu. This gave Ningyu a big fright. Although he was very powerful and his cultivation was very high, he couldn't withstand the number of people. Look, there were more than 10,000 people. He swallowed his saliva and fiercely glanced at Xiaoyang. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang, he wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. It was all Xiaoyang's fault. Then he looked at the dozen or so young masters below with a threatening gaze. If it weren't for those young masters causing trouble, such a thing wouldn't have happened. The dozen or so young masters who were chased off the stage by Ning, you were also a little dumbfounded at this moment. They just wanted to vent their anger, but they didn't expect to cause such a scene of 10,000 people shouting. Therefore, they were excited and felt that the hearts of the people were on their side. When they shouted and cheered for Xiaoyang, they were even more energetic. Xiao Linger's delicate face was stunned for a moment. Then, she glanced at Xiaoyang with her beautiful eyes, which were full of curiosity. This Xiaoyang could actually get the support of 10,000 people. He was really not simple. Even if the Xiao family was the #1 family, they wouldn't dare to go against the wishes of 10,000 people. But this wasn't important. What was important was that Xiaoyang actually claimed to be surnamed Xiao. This wasn't simple. The Xiao family was one of the 3 top forces in the Middle Stream area. Basically, everyone from the Xiao clan was registered. Xiao Ling had once browsed through the Xiao clan's name list. Even with her photographic memory, she couldn't remember a person called Xiaoyang. Could this Xiaoyang be using a fake name? Could it be that he came on stage to pass the time? Xiao Linger was even more curious. Xiaoyang, damn it, you actually incited the people to go against me. I'll teach you a lesson. Ningyu roared and once again exploded with all his strength, crazily attacking Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Both sides were at the 7th level of Wu Zun. If he wasn't careful, he could be injured. Earthen Qi Azure Dragon. Xiaoyang shouted. His hands formed a seal and released the origin force. Immediately, an endless amount of earthen Qi condensed from the ground. This earthen Qi condensed into an azure dragon and attacked Ningyu. Ningyu used Ice Facade, as if he wanted to freeze Xiaoyang. Unfortunately, his control of cultivation was not as good as Xiaoyang's. Thus he failed. The earthen Qi azure dragon couldn't be frozen at all. It struggled out and then crashed into his body. It directly injured Ningyu. Ningyu was sent flying. While he was still in midair, he couldn't help but spit out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with grief and fear. He really didn't expect this Xiaoyang, who came out of nowhere, to be so powerful. Chapter 1056. It was so embarrassing to be defeated so easily. Ningyu felt very ashamed, and he also felt very guilty. Ningyu, you deserve this. Look at how you bullied us with your cultivation. That's right. Now you're dumbfounded. We're all cultivators of the same cultivation level, but you were defeated in one move. If we reached your level, we definitely wouldn't be defeated in one move. Xiaoyang is awesome. Xiaoyang is awesome. When the crowd below saw Ningyu being defeated by Xiaoyang, they couldn't help but mock and ridicule Ningyu while fiercely praising Xiaoyang. It was as if even if Xiaoyang took Xiaoling away, they would still be willing. Xiaoyang blinked, looked at Xiaolinger and said, Xiaolinger, it's getting late. You've also fought several rounds. Why don't we fight another day? However, you have to take me to the Xiao family, or I'll defeat you myself. Then you can take me to the Xiao family. This was equivalent to giving Xiaolinger a way out. If Xiaolinger didn't agree, then the two sides could only fight. In this way, Xiaolinger wouldn't have a way out. She would be forced to take Xiaoyang in after being defeated. Xiaolinger didn't care about Xiaoyang's way out. She blinked her beautiful eyes and asked Xiaoyang curiously, Are you really Xiaoyang? Does she know me? Or is it because I'm too famous? Xiaoyang was a little stunned. However, he still nodded and said, I'm Xiaoyang. I'm looking for your elders. Why are you looking for our Xiao family's elders? Our Xiao family isn't a place where just anyone can enter. Xiaolinger rolled her sly eyes and continued to ask. It's precisely because you can't enter that I challenged you. Xiaoyang explained again. He didn't come here to get married. He came here to join a Xiao family. These words immediately made Xiaolinger unhappy. She wrinkled her cute nose and snorted softly. So you're saying that I'm not pretty? Do you dislike me? As she said this, she released a strong killing intent. She was the proud daughter of the heavens and the daughter of a small family. If anyone dared to say that she was not beautiful, she would definitely make the other party call her a fairy. Xiaoyang could clearly feel the other party's hostility, so he hurriedly said, Xiaolinger is an outstanding beauty who is devastatingly beautiful. It's just that I'm a poor boy from Donlin town in the lower region. I'm just a toad, so I don't dare to climb up your high branch. Xiaoyang hurriedly agreed and flattered the other party. Xiaolinger immediately became spirited and shouted, You lecher! You actually want to take advantage of me. Take this. Thus, she instantly launched an attack at Xiaoyang. This made Xiaoyang a little dumbfounded. When did I take advantage of you? Why did she suddenly turn hostile? Weren't we having a good chat just now? Since Xiaolinger launched an attack for no reason, Xiaoyang could not just stand there and wait for death. He hurriedly unleashed his physical strength to block the other party's attack. Bang! Xiaolinger's palm landed on Xiaoyang's body. The force of the palm was not strong because she didn't really want to fight with Xiaoyang. Xiao Yang was also stunned. If the other party wanted to fight, then why was the force of the palm so weak? Then he looked at Xiao Linger calmly with a look of surprise on his face. Xiao Linger was standing in front of Xiao Yang at this moment, one of her palms pressed against Xiao Yang's chest. Then she hurriedly prayed in her heart, "Make a move, make a move." However, after waiting for a long time, Xiao Yang still did not make a move against her. This made Xiao Linger feel a little frustrated. She pursed her lips and wore a gloomy expression. Xiao Yang's reaction was beyond her expectations. It was too detestable. Thus, she let out a cry of surprise and was sent flying. After flying for more than 10 meters, she pretended to be unsteady and staggered a few steps before falling to the ground. Then, she stood up and cupped her hands at Xiao Yang. "Your Excellency Xiao Yang, I'm impressed. I didn't expect your cultivation to be so high. I've lost. According to the rules of this joust for marriage, I'll be your woman from now on." Wah! Xiao Ling was actually defeated. Wow! This Xiao Yang is really a lucky bastard. How is this possible? I really envy them. They look like a perfect match. Many people were discussing spiritedly with astonished expressions. Xiao Yang was even more dumbfounded. He did not know what Xiao Linger was going to do. Earlier, Xiao Linger flying backward and even falling onto the ground was completely an act directed and performed by herself. Why was this? She clearly did not have to do this. Once it was confirmed that she had lost to Xiao Yang, then she would be nominally Xiao Yang's woman. This would have a great impact on a girl's reputation. Furthermore, Xiao Yang had already given her a way out, saying that they could fight another day. He really did not know what this girl was thinking. Xiao Yang looked embarrassed and hurriedly said, "Marriage is naturally up to the parents. We don't have the final say. All right, hurry up and take me to the Xiao family." He wanted to leave this place quickly so that more people would not misunderstand. "Come with me. But I lost to you, so I'm your woman. This is obvious to everyone. You can't lie. Tens of thousands of people are watching." Xiao Ling chuckled and skipped away from here. Xiao Yang had no choice but to follow behind her. They came to the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. This made Xiao Yang dumbfounded. Just hearing the name, he felt that this was not a good place. "Hey, Xiao Linger, why did you bring me here? Aren't we going to the Xiao family?" Xiao Yang asked in a displeased tone. He felt that he had been played by Xiao Linger. He had been played by Xiao Linger once before. He did not want to hurt Xiao Linger's reputation, but Xiao Linger insisted on coming over. As a result, almost everyone in the Xiao family city thought that Xiao Linger and Xiao Yang were a match made in heaven. This made Xiao Yang speechless. "This is a place to eat." "What? I've been hungry for the whole day. Can't I eat something? Are you going to eat or not? If not, just wait for me at the door. I'll come down after I'm full. It might take 10 days to half a month." Xiao Linger said mischievously and then entered the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Damn! Xiao Yang wanted to curse. It was obvious that she did not want to bring him into the Xiao family. This made Xiao Yang very depressed. Xiao Yang's time here was limited. He had to return to the Jigo sect soon and lead the elite army to the South Pole City. He was just here to bring a message and confirm it. There was no other way. He could only follow Xiao Linger into the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Xiao Linger ordered a lot of dishes. They were all expensive signature dishes. It was very rich, not to mention 2 people. Even 10 people might not be able to finish it. However, Xiao Linger was rich. She liked it like this. The food here had its own spiritual energy. Eating the food could also increase one's cultivation. Xiao Linger had been fighting for the whole day and was already hungry. She ate and drank like a hurricane. Chapter 1057. Xiao Yang did not hold back and started to eat. After the 2 of them were full, they sat down with their stomachs protruding. At this time, the waiter came up to collect the money. Xiao Yang pretended to be stupid. Xiao Linger slammed the table and immediately became angry. She said, "Hey, Xiaoyang, are you a man or not? Accompanying your female companion to go shopping, and you have the nerve to let her pay the bill?" The waiter also looked at Xiaoyang with disdain. With one look, Xiao Linger was like a goddess. How could this Xiaoyang not know how to cherish her? If it was other young masters, they would be eager to curry favor with Xiao Linger. Xiaoyang was indifferent and said, "Xiao Ling, you're the one who acted in the play, so just continue acting. I'm just a supporting character, and I haven't even collected any money from you." Xiao Linger snorted and immediately laughed. Her laughter was as beautiful as an angel's. It had to be said that Xiao Linger was the one who led all of this. "Okay, I know my man has no money. It's okay, I will take care of you. Waiter, record it. Xiao family will withdraw the money later." Xiao Linger ordered. The waiter was shocked and looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Damn it. What ability did this Xiaoyang have to be worthy of Xiao Linger taking care of him? My God, is this world in chaos? Xiao Linger was a famous beauty in the Xiao family city. She was the apple of the Xiao family's eye. Even if there weren't 10,000 people pursuing Xiao Ling, there were at least a few thousand of them. They were all genius young masters with superb cultivation. In the end, Xiao Ling didn't choose anyone but Xiaoyang. It was unbelievable. The matter of Xiao Linger and Xiaoyang had already been spread by thousands of people. It had spread throughout the Xiao family city. The first to explode were the people of the Xiao family. Impudent, how dare you? How unruly. It's fine if he's just playing around, but he actually took it seriously. I'll teach him a lesson later. This is too much. Of course, we can't take this seriously. Who is that Xiaoyang? Inside the Xiao family's mansion, many high-ranking members of the Xiao family gathered together. When they heard the news, they all slammed the table and stood up, cursing angrily. "Go, hurry up and find him for me. This is too intolerable." The leaders of the Xiao family shouted loudly and passed down the order. Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Soon, a group of Xiao family members appeared. They were led by Xiao Zai. Xiao Zai and Xiao Linger were of the same generation. They were cousins. They easily found Xiao Linger. "Ling, let's go. The elders in the clan are angry. You'd better go back and apologize. Otherwise, they will punish you severely." Xiao Zhao looked at Xiao Linger worriedly. As for Xiaoyang, who was sitting on the side, he was completely ignored by him. In his opinion, Xiaoyang was dispensable. As long as Xiao Linger didn't cause trouble, it would be fine. With the name of the Xiao family, it would be easy to get rid of Xiaoyang. "No, I won't go back with you. I want to wander the world. I want to be independent. I want to choose the person I like. I won't be controlled by the clan." Xiao Linger loudly protested. Xiaoyang said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to the Xiao family's mansion to apologize." He wanted to enter the Xiao family too much. Xiao Ling cast a glance at Xiaoyang and glared at him with her beautiful eyes. She snorted lightly and said, "Hey, Xiaoyang, can you be a little more promising? You're scared just like this?" This wasn't a question of whether he was afraid or not. Xiaoyang didn't bother to answer. Xiao Zhao's gaze also fell on Xiaoyang. He didn't even look at Xiaoyang. He said contemptuously, "Sorry, sir. We just came to bring back Xiao Linger." Xiaoyang was speechless. She didn't want to go back with you, but you insisted on bringing her back. Instead, this young master wanted to enter the Xiao family's mansion with you, but you refused to let me in. Then you have no hope. Xiao Linger won't listen to you. Xiaoyang curled his lips and said indifferently. Xiao Zhao also felt troubled. Don't look at how he was Xiao Linger's cousin, and don't look at how he was the captain of the guard squad. In terms of cultivation and combat strength, he was utterly not a match for Xiao Linger. If Xiao Linger didn't want to go back with him, then there was nothing he could do. Xiao Zhao was a little annoyed and said, "We can't do anything to Ling, but does sir have a way?" He wanted to mock Xiaoyang. Even he, Xiao Zhao, couldn't do something, so how could Xiaoyang do it? It was better not to make a fool of himself. Xiaoyang smiled and didn't get angry. He said, I can do it. Hey, Xiaoyang, what do you want to do? Xiao Linger suddenly felt that something was wrong. She knew that Xiaoyang was strong. If Xiaoyang caught her, she wouldn't be able to do anything. However, she didn't want to go back to the Xiao family's mansion. Once she went back, she would definitely be locked up. Even if she wasn't locked up, she would be trapped in the mansion for the rest of her life. She didn't want to go back. What she wanted was freedom. Your Excellency Xiaoyang, if you are able to bring Xiaoling back, I will definitely be endlessly grateful. Xiao Zhao immediately changed his attitude and looked at Xiaoyang with a fawning look. Easy. Xiaoyang chuckled and his eyes fell on Xiaolinger. This made Xiaolinger feel uncomfortable. She shouted at Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, I'm telling you, don't mess around. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Let's go. Don't worry, Xiaolinger can't run away. Xiaoyang stood up proudly and walked out of the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. This made Xiao Zhao puzzled. Didn't he say that he wanted to take Xiaolinger away? Why did he walk out alone and leave Xiaolinger alone in the Mandarin Duck Pavilion? It wasn't easy to find Xiaolinger. If Xiaolinger was left alone, wouldn't Xiaolinger run away? Sir, are you toying with me? Xiao Zhao's face was cold and he looked very unhappy. Go, you guys go and see if Xiaolinger is still there. Xiao Zhao ordered 2 people to go up and check. In a short while, the 2 people ran down and glanced at Xiaoyang with bad intentions. Captain, Mrs. Missing. She probably ran away. Damn. Xiao Zhao was furious. He stared at Xiaoyang angrily and said in a stern voice, Xiaoyang, do you think I'm easy to play with? Do you think the Xiao family is easy to bully? You're courting death. Men, take him down. Thus, he led the many experts of the Xiao family to surround Xiaoyang. Among them, several of Wu Zun's 6th-order experts joined forces with Xiao Zhao, intending to annihilate Xiaoyang in one fell swoop. What are you doing? Xiaoyang frowned and glanced at them unhappily. Needless to say, they must have misunderstood. They must have thought that Xiaoyang deliberately led them out and deliberately let Xiaolinger go. In fact, if they wanted to capture Xiaolinger, then how could Xiaolinger really escape? Although Xiao Zhao and the others were willing to help Xiaolinger, they didn't want to go back and be punished, so it was best to find Xiaoyang as a scapegoat. What are we doing? Of course, we're taking you back to the Xiao family. If not for you, how could Xiaolinger escape? Chapter 1058. Xiao shouted in a righteous manner. Thus, Xiaoyang instantly understood. It turned out that Xiaoyang was looking for an excuse. Originally, he wanted to use the greater teleportation technique to capture Xiaolinger. But after hearing Xiao Zai's words and seeing Xiao Zai's attitude, he restrained himself. Xiaoyang smiled and said, That's for the best. I'm just about to enter the Xiao family. Thus, Xiaoyang was escorted to the Xiao family. Xiaolinger had already run to the roof of another building. She stared blankly at everything in front of her eyes, and her heart couldn't bear to see it. She didn't know that Xiaoyang had mastered the greater teleportation technique, so she thought that it was Xiaoyang who helped her escape. Now that Xiaoyang was in trouble, it had a lot to do with her. She was conflicted. Should she save him? If Xiaoyang was brought back to the Xiao family, he would inevitably be punished. Thus, she followed behind him. If Xiaoyang's life was in danger, she would help him. Anyway, Xiaoyang didn't look like a bad person. Xiaoyang was quickly brought into the Xiao family. They came to the Xiao family's hall. Many of the Xiao family's higher-ups were there. Each of the higher-ups had the terrifying cultivation of Wu Zun's 8th or 9th level, especially the old master Xiao, who had the cultivation of King Wu, the same cultivation realm as the Jigosek sect leader. No wonder the Xiao family could become one of the 3 top forces in the midstream area. This powerful force and combat strength couldn't be underestimated. Great Master, elders Ling ran away and brought back Xiaoyang. Xiao Zai hurriedly went forward to report the situation of this mission. Trash! One of the elders snorted coldly and immediately struck out with his palm, instantly sending Xiao Zai flying. Xiao Zai cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood, flying out of the door. However, he did not dare to make a sound, nor did he dare to resist. He hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Are you Xiao Yang?" One of the Xiao family elders asked with a frown. They all knew about what had happened to the Xiao family in the center of the city. Xiao Linger actually wants to mess around with this brat. Who does this brat think he is? What qualifications does he have to be worthy of Xiao Linger? Humph, I am indeed Xiao Yang. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Yang decisively admitted his identity, and then frankly told him the purpose of coming to the Xiao family. Xiao family executives were all stunned. They hadn't even flipped out at Xiao Yang yet, but this Xiao Yang had already checkmated them. "You said that you came to find us for something?" A Xiao family executive asked with distrust written all over his face. In his opinion, it must be that Xiao Yang was afraid of death. So he took the first step to clear his name. In the entire Xiao family city, no one dared to win against Xiao Linger, unless it was a man that Xiao Linger liked, or a man that the Xiao family tacitly approved. This Xiao Yang actually dared to win against Xiao Linger. It was obvious that he did not take the Xiao family seriously. The marriage by joust seemed to be messing around, but in fact, it was the Xiao family's demonstration. But anyone who understood the situation would not allow their outstanding disciples to defeat Xiao Ling. Otherwise, if you won against Xiao Linger and the Xiao family was not satisfied with you, you would be in an awkward position, and it would probably affect the whole family. Therefore, on the surface, losing to Xiao Linger was giving face to the Xiao family and acknowledging the Xiao family's position as the number one family. This was also the reason why Xiao Linger could win dozens of matches and not lose once. There were many capable people in the Xiao family city, and there were countless people who were more powerful than Xiao Linger. There were even more people who were more powerful than Ningyu, but none of them jumped out to embarrass the Xiao family. On the contrary, Xiao Yang, a newcomer, did not know the rules and actually dared to win against Xiao Linger. If Xiao Yang could not satisfy the Xiao family, then Xiao Yang would very likely be killed. No matter what, they would absolutely not allow the proud daughter of heaven, Xiao Linger, to marry the useless Xiao Yang. Many of the Xiao family's executives looked at Xiao Yang, wanting to hear what Xiao Yang had to say. Xiao Yang was not afraid at all and said, "It's like this when I was in the lower realm." "Wait, you said lower realm? You came up from the lower realm?" Before Xiao Yang could even start, one of the elders exclaimed in shock. A long time had passed, and no one from the lower realm had ever stepped into the middle realm. So when Xiao Yang said that he came up from the lower realm, everyone was very surprised. Looking at Xiao Yang's age, he was so young, and looking at Xiao Yang's cultivation, he was so profound. In the lower realm, there was no family, sect, or force that could nurture such a talent. Thinking about it again, this Xiao Yang's surname was also Xiao. If he did not change his name, then he should be related to the Xiao family. That's right, this kid came up from the lower realm. Xiao Yang said frankly, there was no need to hide this, and they would know if they did some research. Continue. Old Master Xiao instructed. Xiao Yang said, once in the lower realm, I met the Tiger Cat Mercenary Group, the Wolf Dog Mercenary Group, and the Leopard Mercenary Group. Do you have any impression of these 3 mercenary groups? To be honest, these Xiao family executives did not have much of an impression of them. They were all successful people in the middle realm. They did not put the lower realm in their eyes at all, let alone remember the mercenary groups in the lower realm. However, one of the elders suddenly realized and said, a few months ago, I sent people out to look for these 3 mercenary groups. He wanted to say something, but stopped. This kind of thing could not be told to Xiao Yang. He changed his words and said, I let them carry out the mission, but until now, there has been no news. You met them, how are they? Does it have anything to do with you? Xiao Yang continued, I met them in the beast forest, and they were completely annihilated. Before the leopard died, he asked me to come to the middle realm Xiao family to tell you that their mission failed. Sigh. That elder sighed, his face full of melancholy. The other executives also had gloomy expressions. They also had a rough idea of what happened to that elder. So Xiaoyang came back with news. Then they really misunderstood Xiaoyang. Old Master Xiao did not have any interest in listening anymore. As for how to deal with Xiaoyang, of course, he would leave it to others. One of the elders said angrily, "If that's the case, then why did you participate in Xiao Linger's martial arts competition? Do you know that this has a huge impact on Xiao Linger's reputation? It will also affect our Xiao clan's reputation. Could it be that you're tired of living? Don't think that you can avoid punishment just because you passed on the information." Because the mission failed, the 3 mercenary groups were completely annihilated, so he was in a terrible mood. Of course, he did not mind venting his anger on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang glanced at old Master Xiao, who was about to leave, and immediately said, "I have no intention of participating in the martial arts competition. The problem is, if I don't do this, I won't be able to enter the Xiao family. Also, Xiao Linger was not defeated by me. She defeated herself." Chapter 1059. In that case, it was pardonable. Xiao Linger would indeed do such a thing with her personality. However, Xiaoyang had said it in public, so wouldn't that mean that Xiao Linger was shameless? Thus, many of the Xiao family's higher-ups were well aware of the situation, but they still revealed angry looks. "Xiaoyang, how dare you? Xiaoyang, how dare you? Who do you think you are? You're worthy of Xiao Linger defeating herself. Are you trying to say that Xiao Linger is throwing herself at you? I don't think you'll be able to walk out of here today." Many of the higher-ups cursed. Xiaoyang cursed inwardly. They knew that they had caused trouble. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have explained. He hurriedly took out a jade pendant and said, "This is my fault. I shouldn't have gone up to the marriage contest. However, I have something to trouble you with. I want to ask if you recognize this jade pendant. Are the 3 major mercenary corps looking for this ancient jade?" This ancient jade was the Xiao family's ancient jade. When he was in the lower realm, the elders gave it to Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang would be able to find his family one day. The Xiao family in the middle realm was also a large family. Perhaps they would know something. Many of the Xiao family's higher-ups disdained the jade pendant that Xiaoyang took out. At least on the surface, they tried their best to look down on it. However, their hearts tightened, especially the elder who was related to the 3 major mercenary corps. He was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened as he looked at the jade pendant in shock. Because this was the Xiao family's ancient jade. They were the ones who sent the 3 major mercenary corps to help find it. They didn't expect it to appear here. Old Master Xiao also stopped when he saw the jade pendant. The corners of his eyes were a little moist, revealing his true feelings. With a thought, the Xiao family's ancient jade suddenly flew in front of old Master Xiao. It seemed that this Xiao family ancient jade had reminded old Master Xiao of something. Xiaoyang was furious when he saw the Xiao family jade that his father had given him fly away. This was a token that his father had solemnly given to him, so he couldn't afford to lose it. This piece of Xiao family jade was also the key to recognizing the Xiao family. At this moment, before their relationship was confirmed, how could Xiaoyang lose the Xiao family jade? If this Xiao family used the Xiao family's ancient jade to sow discord, wouldn't Xiaoyang's reputation be tarnished? "Return my Xiao family's ancient jade." Xiaoyang suddenly roared out and instantly exploded with the terrifying cultivation of a 7th-order martial honorable. His shocking aura soared to the sky, and a terrifying aura surged out from him. Then he reached out with one hand and condensed a huge claw print, grabbing at the Xiao family's ancient jade. "Bastard, how dare you? How dare you?" Many of the Xiao family's higher-ups were furious and roared. The lowest cultivation base among them was at least Wu Zun's 8th order, and there were at least 5 or 6 of Wu Zun's 9th order. Not to mention that old Master Xiao was a powerful existence like King Wu. The imposing aura released by Xiaoyang was immediately suppressed, and the martial technique he used collapsed in an instant. However, Xiaoyang wasn't willing to give up. With a roar, he unleashed his physical strength, which was comparable to Wu Zun's seventh order, and instantly rushed toward the Shao family's ancient jade. He was a heaven-defying existence who cultivated both his physical body and his cultivation base. When the two cultivation bases merged together, even Wu Zun's eighth order cultivation base couldn't stop him. As for Wu Zun's ninth order cultivation base, even he was shocked. He cultivated both his physical body and his cultivation base. Wu Zun's seventh order cultivation base. Wu Zun's seventh order cultivation base. Oh my God, this freak! Many of the Shao family's higher-ups were shocked. Their eyes widened, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. They looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Among their Shao family's disciples, there were Wu Zun's seventh order cultivation base, but none of them were as powerful as Xiaoyang. How dare you? Stop! You're courting death. Many of the Wu Zun's ninth order cultivation base immediately became angry and attacked Xiaoyang with their cultivation base. They were 2 orders higher than Xiaoyang. The martial techniques they used were all offensive martial techniques, and they were extremely powerful. Xiaoyang didn't dare to be careless. He had to temporarily give up on the Shao family's ancient jade, and immediately used the soul-refining art to launch a spiritual attack. The soul-refining art was upgraded from the traceless dream martial technique, and its power was doubled. An amazing divine sense surged out and rushed toward the Shao family's higher-ups present. Puff! Many of the Shao family's higher-ups were hit. Their sea of consciousness was invaded, and they were shocked. They hurriedly used their divine sense to protect their sea of consciousness and resist the attack of Xiaoyang's soul-refining art. It was the first time they had encountered such a strange attack, so they were careless and fell for Xiaoyang's trick. But it didn't matter. After all, their cultivation base was higher than Xiaoyang's, and they had stabilized their sea of consciousness. Then, they attacked Xiaoyang with greater strength. Xiaoyang wasn't afraid at all. He instantly took out the immortal sword and used the invincible sword technique, condensing a majestic and sharp sword city and crushing everyone. At the same time, he used the barbarian god's 7 steps and instantly reached the 5th step. An amazing power burst out, and Wu Zun's rank 8 powerhouses' faces changed as they felt threatened. When Xiaoyang took the 6th step, the Wu Zun's rank 9 Shao family's higher-ups were also shocked and trembling. Oh my God, this Xiaoyang is too terrifying. The techniques he used were more and more shocking, to the point where no one dared to believe what they were seeing. Xiaoyang's barbarian god's 7 steps was an earth-level upper-level martial technique. But unfortunately, with his current cultivation base, he couldn't make the 7th step. Otherwise, these Wu Zun's rank 9 Shao family's higher-ups would be seriously injured. Give me back my ancient jade. With the power of the barbarian god's 7 steps, Xiaoyang glanced coldly at Old Master Shao and shouted. Boundless shockwaves swept towards the Shao clan's great-grandfather. Even the gigantic footprints were stomping towards him. Even Wu Zun's rank 9 powerhouses were afraid of this attack. But in the face of King Wu's Old Master Shao, it was so weak that it didn't dare to attack. Old Master Shao waved his hand, and the barbarian god's 7 steps was broken in an instant. The sword city collapsed, and the influence of the soul refining art disappeared completely. The damaged tables and chairs in the hall were restored. It had to be said that Old Master Zhao's move was very beautiful. In an instant, he repelled Xiaoyang and disintegrated all of Xiaoyang's attacks. Xiaoyang landed more than 10 meters away from Old Master Shao, and his expression was solemn. Even if he had precious treasures, high-level martial techniques, and both his physical body and cultivation base, he still didn't have the strength to fight with King Wu. However, it didn't matter. Since he couldn't win in a head-on fight, he could use tricks. Greater teleportation art. Xiao Yang snorted, and his hands formed a seal, and he instantly performed the greater teleportation art. With the eruption of the origin energy, the teleportation art instantly produced power. A teleportation power swept towards the Xiao family's ancient jade, and in an instant the Xiao family's ancient jade was moved in front of Xiao Yang. Chapter 1060. After Xiao Yang grabbed the Xiao family's ancient jade, he instantly retreated and calmly took out the Xiao family hall. Then he quickly left the Xiao family mansion and quickly left the Xiao family's territory, preparing to return to the Jigo sect. Originally, he just wanted to confirm whether the midstream Xiao family was related to the low-stream Xiao family of Donglin Town, but judging from their attitude, it seemed that most people didn't know about the Xiao family's ancient jade. As for Old Master Zhao's attitude, it seemed that it wasn't very clear either. Xiao Yang still felt that it wasn't a good idea to run first. This was because he didn't know what information the Xiao family's ancient jade contained, and he didn't know what the midstream Xiao family's attitude toward the Xiao family's ancient jade. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be silenced, and he was also afraid that the Xiao family's ancient jade would be lost. This Xiao family's ancient jade had been personally handed to him by his elders, so naturally he couldn't lose it. Once this Xiao family's ancient jade fell into the hands of the midstream Xiao family, it would be difficult to get it back. Thinking about it, Xiao Yang felt a little regretful that he had been too careless. He shouldn't have taken out the Xiao family's ancient jade there. Fortunately, he was able to escape. As for the leopard's last words, he had helped him fulfill it. He had helped him pass the news to the midstream Xiao family so he could die in peace. Xiao Yang was leaving the Xiao family's big city when he encountered a familiar girl in front of him. It was Xiao Linger. What was this girl doing here? Could it be that she wanted to stop someone? Xiao Yang frowned and pretended not to see her, immediately leaving in another direction. However, Xiao Linger caught up with Xiao Yang in an instant. Xiao Yang, what's wrong? You defeated me in front of tens of thousands of people, so I'm yours. Are you planning to abandon me? Are you abandoning the old for the new? How can you be so heartless? Xiao Linger shouted loudly. They were all flying in midair. The people below heard the shouts and looked up. F***CK. What is this Xiao Yang thinking? Xiao Linger is such a beautiful and cute girl, yet he doesn't want her and wants to abandon her. It's rare for Xiao Linger to be so infatuated. This Xiao Yang is really heartless. Isn't that so? I think this Xiao Yang is a fool. I don't know how many people have tried to woo Xiao Linger, but to no avail. This Xiao Yang, on the other hand, is good. He doesn't even want people who throw themselves at him. That's reasonable. If I accept Xiao Linger, I can also get the help of the Xiao family. I will definitely soar to the sky. Why didn't such a great opportunity fall upon me? Miss Xiao Linger, that Xiao Yang is so heartless. Why don't you give up on him and follow me? I will definitely love you for the rest of your life. Many of the citizens were discussing loudly. This made Xiao Yang very depressed. His face darkened, because the reality was not what they thought at all. Xiao Linger had no intention of marrying him at all. She just thought it was fun. Xiao Yang did not want to be played by her. He snorted softly and sped up. In less than a few breaths, Xiao Yang had already flown out of the Xiao family city. Xiao Linger was still following behind. Xiao family's mansion. Many of the Xiao family's higher-ups in the hall were shocked and dumbfounded, especially the Xiao clan's great master, who was extremely excited. He had finally found the Xiao family's ancient jade. He had finally found his grandson and great-grandson. Oh my God, it was not easy. His great-grandson was so awesome. Ha! Old Master Xiao could not help but laugh. He had not been so happy in a long time. Go! All of you go out and bring my great-grandson Xiao Yang back. If you can't bring him back, don't come back. Old Master Xiao immediately gave the order. Many of the Xiao family's higher-ups were also excited. It turned out that the brat just now was actually a member of the Xiao family and was a direct descendant of the main family. It was just that they had been separated. Perhaps even Xiao Wangu and Xiao Wanyan did not know his true identity. Therefore, many of the Xiao family's higher-ups went out to look for Xiaoyang. Xiao Zizai was dumbfounded. He was so shocked that he knelt on the ground and did not move. He had originally brought Xiaoyang back to find a scapegoat so that he could use this excuse to help Xiao Linger get away. However, he did not expect that Xiaoyang's status in the Xiao family was even higher than Xiao Linger's. Oh my God, what had happened? It was too unbelievable. First of all, Xiaoyang's strength had completely shocked him. He had wanted to make a move on Xiaoyang back at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Fortunately, he had not done so. Otherwise, Xiaoyang would have taught him a lesson. Secondly, Xiaoyang's identity. Looking at the expressions of old Master Xiao and the other higher-ups of the Xiao family, it was clear that Xiaoyang was an important figure in the family. The problem was that Xiaoyang's combat strength was too shocking. He had single-handedly challenged all the powerhouses of the Xiao family. One had to know that these powerhouses of the Xiao family were at least Wu Zun's level 8, and there was even Wu Zun's level 9 cultivation. Xiaoyang even dared to make a move on old Master Xiao. This was a real King Wu level existence. In the entire midstream territory, there were only 3 King Wus. To think that Xiaoyang dared to make a move. Was this not courting death? However, they had to admit that Xiaoyang's strength was really awesome. The soul-refining art, Barbarian God 7 Steps, Invincible Divine Sword Technique, Greater Teleportation Technique, these strange martial arts techniques had completely overturned their understanding. Where did Xiaoyang learn these messy, yet powerful martial arts techniques from? Oh, right, chase. Xiao Wan only came back to his senses after a long time. He hurriedly led the many dazed guards in a chase. However, when the people of the Xiao family chased to the outskirts of the Xiao family city, Xiaoyang was already gone. Even Xiao Linger had been taken away. Many of the higher-ups of the Xiao family sighed and felt that it was a pity. When they returned and reported this matter to old Master Xiao, the old Master Xiao only smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. Now that they had found the Xiao family's ancient jade and met Xiaoyang, the following matters would be much easier to handle. He did not expect to have such an awesome great-grandson. How lucky! All right, you don't have to interfere in this matter. The old Master Xiao calmly instructed. Then the old Master Xiao used the power of King Wu to contact Xiao Linger, who was thousands of miles away. He said, "Linger, keep a close eye on Xiaoyang. If anything happens, report it immediately. I'll give you something good. It can save your little lives at a critical moment." After giving his instructions, a stream of source energy left the Xiao clan's great-grandfather's body and instantly entered Xiao Ling-er's body. However, Xiao Ling-er didn't feel any changes. Instead, her spirit increased a little. So great-grandfather is interested in Xiaoyang. Looks like no one will capture me this time. I can openly sneak out to play. Xiaoyang is really interesting. He's actually so mysterious. I want to see just who he is and expose his true identity. Humph! Xiao Linger proudly thought to herself. She had made up her mind to follow Xiaoyang. Chapter 1061. Xiaoyang stopped in front, looked at Xiao Linger helplessly and said, "Miss Xiao Linger, you've walked far enough. The Xiao family won't catch you back. You can go for a walk by yourself. Don't follow me." He didn't want Xiao Linger to follow him, so as to avoid reporting his situation to the Xiao family. Just now, he had an unpleasant encounter with the Xiao family. If it was the previous Xiao Linger, she would definitely stay away from Xiaoyang without saying anything. She didn't want to follow Xiaoyang. Playing by herself was much more free. But after hearing old Master Zhao's instructions, she immediately changed her mind. Someone who could be valued by old Master Xiao must be an extraordinary person. He wanted to see what was so awesome about Xiaoyang. "Of course, Xiaoyang. Don't think that I'm following you. I just happened to want to go in this direction." Xiao Linger giggled. revealing a playful look. She bent over, clasped her hands behind her back, and looked slyly at Xiaoyang. Thus, Xiaoyang continued to move forward. He originally thought that Xiao Linger wouldn't follow him, but unfortunately he was wrong. Xiao Linger still followed him. Since Xiao Linger wanted to go in this direction, Xiaoyang thought, I'll go in another direction. You won't follow me, right? Thus, Xiaoyang changed directions. He changed directions several times and walked over 1,000 miles, but Xiao Linger still followed him closely. This made Xiaoyang quite speechless. Hey, Xiao Linger, don't say that you want to go in all these directions, right? Then you go first. Xiaoyang looked helplessly at Xiao Linger. Okay. Xiao Linger walked slowly. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, left in the opposite direction. But he didn't walk far before Xiao Linger appeared behind him. The matter was already very clear. Xiao Ling had made up her mind to follow Xiaoyang. The reason was that if you defeat this young lady in the groom search competition, then this young lady would be yours. This was witnessed by all the people. This made Xiaoyang speechless, and he didn't even have the chance to refute. Since he couldn't get rid of her, Xiaoyang just let her be. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaoyang felt an inexplicable hostility in front of him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Why aren't you walking? Xiaoyang, Xiao Linger asked. Your enemies are here looking for you, I guess. Xiaoyang replied. Judging from the aura, it should be people from the Nangong family. One of them should be Nangong Liang. Xiao Linger defeated Nangong Liang in front of everyone at the Xiao family's marriage joust in the middle of the city. Nangong Liang was probably unhappy and was looking for trouble now. It can't be. I have a lot of enemies. Let's go. Let's go back to the Xiao family city, lest we lose our lives. Xiao Linger hurriedly pulled Xiaoyang's hand and was about to return in the direction of the Xiao family city. Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't listen to her. He reminded, Miss Xiao Linger, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Shouldn't you be more careful? What's wrong with that? Since there's no one here, why don't we do something unbelievable? Xiao Linger looked hopefully at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was completely speechless. He secretly defined Xiao Linger as a fujoshi who looked virtuous on the surface, but was secretly a hooligan. He crossed his arms and didn't move forward or backward. They're looking for you. What does it have to do with me? If you're afraid, go back first. If you're not, go and face your enemies first. Ah, Xiaoyang's husband, are you really so heartless to send your wife to her death? Xiao Linger hurriedly looked at Xiaoyang pitifully. Anyway, she would pretend to be Xiaoyang's wife. Who asked Xiaoyang to defeat her in the marriage joust? And in front of thousands of people, Xiao Linger said that she was Xiaoyang's woman. Xiaoyang was depressed and his face darkened. Don't think that Xiao Linger said it nicely. If you really wanted to have children with her, she would definitely turn you into a eunuch. Anyway, there was still some time, so Xiaoyang wasn't in a hurry. He just had to return to the Jigo sect before he set off. As he waited, Xiao Linger decided to roast some game to eat. Not long after, the person who was waiting in front actually came up to them personally. Xiao Linger, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Nangong Liang chuckled, his eyes filled with desire and greed. As if I'd believe you. You clearly came up to me personally, but you still said that you met me. I've seen hypocrites before, but I've never seen such a hypocrite. Xiao Linger pursed her lips. She didn't like people like him. Nangong Liang, what do you mean by this? She asked with a cold expression. Nangong Liang chuckled and said, What can I mean? I already said during the marriage joust that I've admired you for a long time. See, I'm here to do something good with you. This way, I can be considered half a Xiao family in the future, haha. You're shameless. Xiao Linger was furious. Haha. Nangong Liang laughed, even louder. If they were in a big city with a Xiao family, he wouldn't have done such a thing. However, in this big forest where there was no one around, he didn't have such scruples. Xiao Yang, get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Do you believe me? Nangong Liang's gaze fell on Xiao Yang as he chided Xiao Yang. Xiao Linger snorted coldly. Nangong Liang, you can't even defeat me. Do you think you can defeat Xiao Yang? Can you not be so funny? The corners of Nangong Liang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, Do you think I came here alone? Thus he waved his hand. Moreover, two large black figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Both of them were Wu Zun's 7th-level powerhouses and were the top fighters of the Nangong family. Now, they were sent out to help Nangong Liang and Xiao Linger achieve their goal. It was clear that this was not only Nangong Liang's idea, but also the Nangong family's. Does the Nangong family want to be destroyed? When Xiao Linger saw this, she naturally understood what was going on. Haha, Xiao Linger, who knows? When I take you, even if the Xiao family doesn't want to admit it, they'll have no choice but to do so. Nangong Liang laughed triumphantly. He thought that this was 100% a success and that he would be able to possess this top-notch beauty. He was very excited. Xiao Yang, if you don't want to die, then get out of my way. If you join me in the future, I can give you wealth and glory. Nangong Liang glanced at Xiao Yang again. He felt that Xiao Yang was in the way and wanted to bribe Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang blinked and smiled. What benefits can you get from joining me? What benefits? Xiao Yang, if you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you right now. Humph, Nangong Liang threatened. In any case, this was his home ground and he controlled the situation. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. Naturally, he wanted to subdue Xiao Yang. Firstly, he valued Xiao Yang's potential. Secondly, he wanted Xiao Yang to be a witness. At the very least, it could not be said that Nangong Liang forced himself on him. It could be said that they were both willing. Chapter 1062. Xiao Yang sneered and said, I'm so scared, Nangong Liang. Then he stood up and slowly walked forward, intending to leave this place. Xiao Linger immediately panicked when she saw this. This bastard wouldn't leave her alone, would he? That would be too heartless. Hey, bastard, you're leaving alone? You heartless man. Trash, trash, you can't even protect your own wife. Xiao Linger cursed. Haha. Nangong Liang laughed. Then he slowly approached Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger immediately channeled her origin energy and attacked Nangong Liang. Nangong Liang chuckled and immediately retreated. Then he let the two Nangong family powerhouses attack. He ordered, Go! Restrain her, I want her alive. Thus, the three of them fought. Xiao Linger was no match for them and was easily subdued by the two Nangong family powerhouses. Haha! Xiao Linger, you can't run away now, can you? You're destined to be mine. Nangong Liang was even happier when he saw this. Xiao Linger felt extremely sad and indignant. She felt so wronged that tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. If she was going to be sullied by Nangong Liang, then she would rather die. Just as Nangong Liang was about to attack, Xiao Linger was already prepared to commit suicide. You two, go to the side, he ordered. Anyway, he had already subdued her, and she couldn't do anything. Naturally, he didn't want the other party to watch. The two Nangong family powerhouses walked to the side. Nangong Liang laughed and couldn't contain his joy. He took off his clothes and said with a smile, Xiao Linger, you're going to be my woman. Take it well, ha-ha, he laughed loudly. As he laughed, he suddenly stopped moving. Xiao Ling was about to commit suicide when she noticed something strange. She raised her head and saw that Nangong Liang had been killed. That detestable figure was standing at the side, looking at Xiao Ling with a smile that was not a smile. Xiao Linger was furious and immediately cursed. Xiao Yang, you bastard. Do you know that I'll go to hell if I eat a little more? Xiao Yang shrugged his shoulders and remained indifferent. A chaste woman like Xiao Ling would naturally do something like suicide. In fact, everything was under Xiao Yang's control. He just wanted Xiao Linger to suffer some punishment. Young master, When the two Nangong family powerhouses discovered that Nangong had been killed, they were immediately shocked. They hurried forward and stared fiercely at Xiaoyang. Then they launched powerful attacks at Xiaoyang, wanting to kill Xiaoyang and avenge Nangong. Xiaoyang was not easy to bully. He instantly released the power of his physical body and cultivation. Just the power of his physical body alone was enough to defend against all of their attacks. Then he used his cultivation to attack them with martial skills and easily killed the two fellows who were helping the tyrant. At this point, Nangong and the other two were dead. "You're so strong." Xiao Linger saw this and widened her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but praise Xiaoyang. If she knew that Xiaoyang dared to challenge the higher-ups of the Xiao family and dared to attack the old master Xiao, who was on the same level as King Wu, Xiao Linger would have gone crazy from shock. "It's nothing. Hey, why aren't you leaving? It's time to go back to your Xiao family." Xiaoyang urged her to leave. Xiao Linger pinched the corner of her dress shyly and said, "I won't. I'm already yours. Besides, you just saved me. How can I leave? There's a saying that goes, if you marry a chicken, you have to follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you have to follow the dog." Xiaoyang was speechless and didn't say anything else. He walked further away and chose a clean stone to sit on and eat the barbecued meat. The barbecued meat was all made by Xiao Linger. He had to admit that her cooking skills were 80 points and it was delicious. Xiao Linger smiled proudly. She felt honored to see Xiaoyang eat the barbecued meat she made. Did this mean that Xiaoyang was willing to accept her? "Xiaoyang, you're in such a good mood." Suddenly, an abrupt sound was heard. Then a person slowly walked over from a short distance away. It was Ningyu, who had been defeated by Xiaoyang at the marriage joust. He was considered a powerful cultivator, and his cultivation was at the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. He had seen everything that had just happened. He knew that Xiaoyang was very powerful and was invincible among those of the same cultivation level. However, he still dared to come looking for him. He naturally didn't show up here to befriend Yi Qingyu, but to take revenge. Previously, Xiaoyang had defeated him in front of tens of thousands of people. Of course, he was furious and swore that he would get back at Xiaoyang and win over Xiao Linger. "Of course, Ningyu, I knew that you would come." Xiaoyang smiled calmly and continued to gnaw on the barbecued meat. He had no intention of getting up. "However, Ningyu, you have to consider this carefully. If you want to follow in the footsteps of Nangong and the other two, I don't mind helping you." Xiaoyang reminded him again. Xiao Linger immediately knew about the conflict between them from their conversation. Her face immediately turned cold, and she scoffed. "Ningyu, how dare you lay a hand on Xiaoyang? Do you still want the Ning family? If I report this to the Xiao family, the Ning family will be finished in minutes." She didn't want anyone to hurt Xiaoyang. Firstly, she had a good impression of Xiaoyang and he had saved her. Secondly, it was the old master Zhao's order for her to follow Xiaoyang. "Huh. Ning, you couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Linger, you were just putting on an act previously. What's the matter? Now you're trying to make it real?" Ningyu mocked. He sized Xiao Linger up from top to bottom and continued. "Even if you've really fallen in love with Xiaoyang, it doesn't matter. In any case, Xiaoyang will surely perish today, whereas you can only be my Ningyu's woman." "What? You actually have such vicious and shameless thoughts." "Tui." Xiao Linger couldn't believe it and said in disgust. She thought that Ningyu was more noble than Nangong. She didn't expect him to be the same as Nangong. How disappointing. However, they were going to be in danger soon. If Nangong knew how to bring an expert with him, Ningyu would definitely do the same. Ningyu wasn't angry. He only maintained a faint smile and said, "Xiao Linger, it doesn't matter how you scold me. In any case, you're going to be my woman soon." "Xiaoyang, are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to do it myself?" Ningyu asked arrogantly. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, "Even ants drag out their lives, let alone me." Ningyu, you're no match for me. You'd better ask your backer to come out. Otherwise, once I attack, you won't even have the chance to call out your backer. He was indeed confident. His combat power was comparable to Wu Zun's 8th or 9th level. He had already shown it in the Shao family hall. Not to mention that Shao Ling still had the source energy of the Shao clan's great-grandfather. If she encountered an opponent that she couldn't defeat, then the Shao clan's great-grandfather would surely make a move. Chapter 1063. It was just that Shao Linger didn't know about this. But how could this be hidden from Xiaoyang? If not for Xiaoyang's return just now, the source energy left behind by old Master Shao would have exploded. Good guts, good guts. Xiaoyang, I have to say that I, Ningyu, admire you very much, but you'll still have to die in the end. Ningyu said, seriously. Then he waved his hand, and a figure appeared behind him. This person's cultivation was very strong, and he had the highest cultivation among the people here, reaching the 8th stage of Wu Zun. He was a top powerhouse of the Ning family. In order to matchmake Ningyu and Shao Linger, the Ning family actually sent such a powerhouse. It was really unimaginable. It seemed that the Ning family attached great importance to the marriage with the Shao family. Xiaoyang, you didn't expect that I actually brought out such a powerhouse, did you? Ningyu smiled proudly. In his view, with this 8th stage powerhouse of Wu Zun present, he would definitely be able to control the situation. Even if Xiaoyang had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely not be able to escape. Go, kill him, Ningyu ordered. Immediately, this 8th stage powerhouse of Wu Zun immediately attacked Xiaoyang. Ningyu chuckled, looked at Shao Linger, and said calmly, Shao Linger, don't worry, before I take care of Xiaoyang, I won't touch you. Although I admire you, taking care of Xiaoyang is the most important thing. Xiaoyang defeated me in the marriage contest and caused me to lose face. This debt must be settled. Shao Linger glared at Ningyu angrily, but didn't say a word. Then, she looked at the battle situation with a slightly worried expression. She knew that Xiaoyang had some ability, but whether he could accept the 8th stage powerhouse of Wu Zun made her worried. Seeing Ningyu's confident expression, Shao Linger couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. If they couldn't win this guy, she and Xiaoyang would probably die here. She was really unwilling. Ningyu, is this all your Ning family's people have? Xiaoyang asked contemptuously, not putting the big guy in front of him in his eyes. Even if the other party was an 8th stage powerhouse of Wu Zun, Xiaoyang still didn't take him seriously. The other party launched a ferocious attack, but they were unable to harm Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang dodged all of the attacks. Xiaoyang dealt with it easily, and even had the mood to tease Ningyu. After fighting for half a cup of tease time, Xiaoyang roughly figured out the opponent's moves. He immediately unleashed his physical strength and caught the opponent off guard. At the same time, he used the soul-refining art to attack the other party's sea of consciousness. Finally, he used the invincible divine sword technique. After a set of consecutive moves, it was too much for the eyes to take in, and the powerhouse in the battle was instantly blasted into a bloody mist by Xiaoyang's physical strength and sword qi, slowly dissipating with the wind. Ningyu and Shao Linger were both shocked. Oh my god, when did this Xiaoyang become so powerful? He was simply not human. At this young age, he had the cultivation of the 7th stage of Wu Zun, but his physical body had also reached the 7th stage of Wu Zun. It was too terrifying. Especially the martial skill that Xiaoyang used. What the hell was that spiritual consciousness fluctuation? Since when could divine sense attack people? And that invincible divine sword technique, it was at least an earth-level martial skill. It was too terrifying. This Xiaoyang had such great ability. Where did he come from? This made them couldn't help but be shocked. Ningyu, what else do you want to say now? Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and slowly walked towards Ningyu, with a faint smile on his face, asking playfully, now that Ningyu's biggest backer had been dealt with, wouldn't Xiaoyang control the life and death of Ningyu be in his hands? Ning Yu was once defeated by Xiao Yang, and this time would be no exception. What's more, Xiao Yang's combat strength had already exceeded Ning Yu's imagination. Once he made a move, there was only a dead end. Ning Yu suddenly panicked, fearful and uneasy. His eyes turned left and right, thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. He brought the family's experts to kill Xiao Yang, and the grudge between the two sides was set. If he didn't give Xiao Yang a satisfactory explanation, he was afraid that he would have to give up here. Thinking of this, Ning Yu panicked even more. Xiao Yang, I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. I'm a member of the Ning family. If you kill me, the Ning family will definitely not let you off. Ning Yu had no choice but to threaten Xiao Yang, hoping that he would calm down and not be impulsive. Xiao Yang sneered. How could he be afraid of the Ning family? Didn't he see what happened to Nangong Liang? Ning Yu, I kill the people of the Nangong family. Do you think I'm afraid of your Ning family? He chuckled as he looked at Ning Yu, who was still in shock. Xiao Linger also opened her red lips and mocked. Ning Yu, you didn't expect this, right? It's really funny. You want to kill Xiao Yang? You want to possess me? You're daydreaming. Now is the time for you to pay for your mistakes. Do you want to kill yourself, or do we have to do it? If we do it, you won't have a good ending. Xiao Linger asked briskly. Xiao Yang, it was all a misunderstanding before. Let's talk nicely. Why do we have to fight and kill? Don't you agree? Ning Yu's face revealed a flattering smile as he humbly looked at Xiao Yang, trying his best to beg for Xiao Yang's forgiveness. Misunderstanding? Do you think I'm an idiot? Did you bring the powerful cultivators of your family here to play? You said you wanted to possess Xiao Linger. Is that a joke? Xiao Yang sneered, not believing him at all. He blinked and slowly raised his hand. Circulating his origin power, he prepared to attack Ning Yu. Xiao Yang had never been an easy person to talk to. Ning Yu was already in front of him. Was he going to stretch his neck and wait for others to kill him? Of course, he was going to kill him. Since Ning Yu had failed, he had to bear the consequences of his failure. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to provoke Xiao Yang at will? Miss Ling, I really know my mistake. Why don't you beg His Excellency Xiao Yang? I'll be your slave from now on. I'll pick out your luggage and cook for you all along the way. Ning Yu saw that Xiao Yang didn't relent and hurriedly turned his attention to Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger hesitated for a moment. She was a woman after all, and her heart was softer. Anyway, the people who should be killed had been killed. It wasn't impossible to keep him. She also didn't want Xiao Yang's hands to be stained with too much blood. So she said to Xiao Yang, Husband, why don't we forget about it? What do you think? She directly addressed Xiao Yang as her husband, but he didn't know if she was sincere. Anyway, judging from her jumpy personality, this should be a playful thing. Thank you, Miss Ling. Thank you, Miss Ling. Ning Yu is very grateful. Ning Yu will hand over the soul blood now, so that you can rest assured. Seeing that Xiao Linger really pleaded for him, Ning Yu immediately knelt down and kowtowed, full of gratitude. Chapter 1064. In fact, he secretly took out a magic weapon, and then instantly attacked Xiao Linger. At the same time, Wu Zun's cultivation of the 7th rank burst out in an instant, and instantly controlled Xiao Linger. Haha! Ning Yu couldn't help but laugh crazily, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He finally succeeded. He thought that he would fall in the hands of Xiao Yang, but now that he had Xiao Linger in his hands, Xiao Yang would inevitably be cautious, and then he could escape. You, damn it, Ning Yu, you're courting death. Xiao Linger was almost scared to death by Ning Yu. She didn't expect Ning Yu to be so shameless, daring to hold her hostage. She even pleaded for mercy for him just now. He was simply ungrateful, biting the hand that fed him. Xiao Linger, you didn't expect it, did you? Haha. Yes, I'm using your sympathy. Ning Yu generously admitted. Do you think I'll beg you to spare my life? What a joke! I can do anything with my own strength. Ning Yu controlled Xiao Linger and retreated, intending to stay away from Xiaoyang. Xiao Linger's neck was held by his flying sword. If she dared to move, or if Xiaoyang dared to act recklessly, then Ningyu would very likely kill Xiao Linger. Xiaoyang, don't move. I know you're very powerful, but if you dare to make a move, then Xiao Linger will be buried with you. Think carefully. Ningyu shouted loudly at Xiaoyang, fearing that Xiaoyang would recklessly make a move. He didn't want to die, so he didn't want to fight to the death with Xiaoyang. However, if Xiaoyang didn't hesitate to fight to the death in order to save himself, he could only ruthlessly kill Xiao Linger. Ningyu, originally, Xiao Linger pleaded on your behalf, and I plan to let you live. However, your current actions are equivalent to seeking death. Do you understand? Xiaoyang remained indifferent. With a cold face, he calmly looked at Ningyu. Ningyu laughed and looked at Xiaoyang with vigilance. He shouted, Xiaoyang, don't try to threaten me. I only know that Xiao Linger is in my hands. I have the final say. Let's go. Ningyu shouted and walked further and further away with Xiao Linger. However, Xiaoyang secretly used greater teleportation. When they had walked about 1,000 feet away, Xiao Linger suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was standing in front of Xiaoyang, safe and sound. Xiaoyang sneered and looked at Ningyu, who was 100 meters away. The corner of his mouth curled up as he mocked. I've said it before, Ningyu. You're courting death. Ningyu was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. He was clearly in control of Xiao Linger and had Xiao Linger in his hands. Why did Xiao Linger suddenly disappear? After hearing Xiaoyang sneer, he looked over and saw Xiao Linger standing there safe and sound. Ningyu immediately panicked and was terrified. The reason why he could easily control Xiao Linger before was that he caught her off guard and his cultivation was stronger than Xiao Linger. Now he no longer had this opportunity. Next, he would have to suffer Xiaoyang's wrath. Although he was in the same realm as Xiaoyang, there were different levels in the same realm. At least in battle, he was far inferior to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang fought against a powerful existence of the 8th order, like killing a chicken. If it was him, it would be difficult. It would be good if he didn't get killed. How could he defeat a powerhouse of the 8th order like Wu Zun? Therefore, he didn't dare to fight with Xiaoyang at all. Xiaoyang, you. Ningyu was so scared that he didn't know what to say. His lips trembled and he spoke incoherently. He was terrified and uneasy. Ningyu, don't say that I bullied you. I let you make the first move. Life and death are predestined. Please. Xiaoyang had already revealed his killing intent. Whether Ningyu made the first move or not, the final result would be Ningyu's death. Ningyu also knew that there was no way out, because the only way out was blocked by him. Originally, Xiao Linger pleaded for mercy on his behalf and he could still escape with his life. Who asked him to not know how to cherish it. He even blackmailed Xiao Linger. He was courting death. Okay. Xiaoyang, even if I die here today, I only have myself to blame. Take this. Ningyu knew that this was his last chance to survive. He immediately shouted and released Wu Zun's terrifying cultivation of the 7th order. He used his most powerful martial skill and instantly attacked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang would naturally help him. He snorted and released his origin energy. He used the invincible divine sword technique and instantly smashed Ningyu into a cloud of blood mist. Xiaoyang blinked and watched the cloud of blood mist slowly dissipate. Then he turned and left. Hey, where are you going? Xiaoyang, wait for me. Xiao Linger watched Xiaoyang leave and hurriedly chased after him. The great master of the Xiao clan knew everything that had happened to them here. Xiao family big town. In the hall, old master Xiao gave an order. Go and get rid of the remnants of the Ning and Nangong families. They dared to send experts from their families to deal with Xiao Linger. This means that they don't put our Xiao family in their eyes. There's no need to reason with them. Yes, master. 2 high-ranking members of the Xiao family led the Xiao family's experts to attack the Nangong and Ning families. The Nangon clan and the Ning clan were annihilated overnight. The news that spread was that Nangon, Liang, and Ning were ordered by their families to defile Xiaolinger, which led to this disaster. This caused those people who had evil intentions to instantly restrain themselves and become much more well-behaved. Xiaolinger, who was tens of thousands of miles away, immediately found out about this and told Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang only smiled and didn't say anything. In less than half a day, Xiaoyang returned to the Jigo sect. Xiaolinger immediately felt conflicted. She didn't know if she should follow him in. Logically speaking, she was a member of the Xiao family. The Xiao family's power was on par with the Jigo sect's power. Entering the Jigo sect now seemed to mean something. After seeing Xiaoyang enter, she gritted her teeth and followed him in. Fortunately, most of the disciples in the Jigo sect didn't know Xiaolinger. Otherwise, this matter would have caused a huge commotion. Greetings, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. Greetings, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. Good morning, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. Along the way, everyone who saw Xiaoyang would greet him. Recently, Xiaoyang had been in the limelight too much. First, he won the first hall selection. Then he won first place in the 3 halls tournament. So Xiaoyang was in the limelight. Captain, you're back. The hall master and hall master of the law enforcement hall are looking for you. They want to ask if you still want your reward. When Bao Dating saw Xiaoyang, he hurriedly came up to Xiaoyang with a smile and teased him. He had a good relationship with Xiaoyang. Originally, when he saw Xiaoyang, he called Xiaoyang brother. But now that he saw Xiaoyang with Xiaolinger, he gave face to Xiaoyang. Chapter 1065. Calling Xiaoyang captain might give Xiaoyang more points in front of beautiful women. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Okay, I'll go see them later. This is Xiaolinger, my friend. Find a cave for her to stay for the time being." Xiaoyang instructed Bao Dating. He was now the captain, so of course it was easy to arrange a cave. Besides, with Xiaoyang's relationship with 3,000 lights, it was just a matter of greeting. If not, he could rent or buy a cave to use. "Don't worry, Captain, I will arrange this matter." Bao Dating hurriedly patted his chest and promised Xiaoyang. "Miss Ling, please come with me." Bao Dating warmly greeted Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger hesitated for a moment, then followed Bao Dating. Since they were already in the Jigo sect, so many people knew Xiaoyang. It was a good opportunity to find out more information about Xiaoyang from these people. Xiaoyang came to the law enforcement hall. Originally, he wanted to see Hall Master Wang Qingfeng, but he was told that Wang Qingfeng went to report the mission to the Hall Master. Coincidentally, Xiaoyang was also looking for the Hall Master, so he went to the Hall Master. When he arrived at the Hall Master's office, he saw the 2 people. He hurriedly bowed. "Oh, Xiaoyang, you're back. I thought you didn't want the reward. I was discussing with the Hall Master about whether we should split the points." The first Hall Master, Li Shuri, teased Xiaoyang. Wang Qingfeng looked at Xiaoyang with a smile and said, "Xiaoyang, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." So, he gave Xiaoyang a card with 700 points. These points can be used to exchange for useful magical weapons in the Jigo sect. They can even be used to hire people to do things for them. Xiaoyang accepted it with a grin and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Hall Master." "Thank you, Hall Master." Li Shuri asked, "Xiaoyang, I heard that you're looking for a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. If I remember correctly, you already have a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure, the Desert Spear. Why are you still looking for a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure? After all, a heaven-grade, high-grade magic treasure isn't easy to find, and there aren't many in the entire Middle Stream region." Xiaoyang said honestly, "It's a magical weapon. Of course, the more the better. Who would complain about having too many?" Li Shuri said in a bad mood, "Originally, this Hall Master wanted to help you fight for other rewards. But then Hall Master Wang told me that you needed a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure, or information about a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. So, I could only fight for some benefits for you. You can't blame me for this." Xiaoyang had shone with astonishing brilliance in the two large tournaments and was deeply loved and valued by everyone. So, the rewards were indispensable. It was definitely not something that could be dismissed with just a few hundred points. So, it was expected that there would be other rewards. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and immediately became excited. It turned out that there was a clue about a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. If he could find another high-grade heaven-level magic treasure, he could step into the top ranks of Wu Zun's 9th step in a matter of minutes. Now he was only missing a precious treasure. As for the poison, whether it was Poison Valley or Bodhi Island, he had enough. Thank you, Hallmaster. Thank you, Hallmaster. Xiaoyang is endlessly grateful. Xiaoyang hurriedly saluted to express his gratitude. He longed for a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. If there was a saint-level magic treasure, Xiaoyang could at least break through to King Wu's realm. One had to know how rare King Wu was. In the entire Middle Stream area, there were only 3 King Wus. This is the blueprint. I'll give it to you. If I'm not wrong, this high-grade heaven-level magic treasure is in some ruins in South Pole City. It's just that it's difficult to find, so it depends on your own ability. The first Hall Master, Li Shuri, casually handed the blueprint to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took the blueprint and was extremely excited. He gratefully said, "Thank you, Hall Master. Thank you, Hall Master. You are really too kind." He really didn't expect that South Pole City would have information about a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. Of course, it was not easy to find a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. The last time he went to Bodhi Island, it was not easy to find the Desert Spear. However, it was difficult to find compared to other people. Without the correct method, it was impossible to find a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. However, Xiaoyang already had experience. He believed that as long as he reached South Pole City, he could easily find the high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. Xiaoyang, tomorrow morning, you and 3,000 Light will leave for South Pole City. You must be careful. Li Shuri instructed. Yes. Xiaoyang respectfully responded. Arcturus' recent actions were very obvious. He wanted to test the Jigo sect's foundation and bottom line. If the Jigo sect was strong enough, then they would retreat. If the Jigo sect was not strong enough, then they might take the opportunity to start a war and take back the city and territory. The weak were prey to the strong. This was a principle that had never changed. Xiaoyang naturally understood in his heart. Every 3 years, the Jigo sect and Arcturus would have a huge competition. From the competition, the potential of the younger generation of both sides could be seen. Over the years, the Jigo sect had always lost to Arcturus. This caused Arcturus's ambition to expand, and he was preparing to send troops to the Jigo sect. Of course, the Jigo sect was not easy to bully. They immediately responded by sending their elites to South Pole City to confront Arcturus. Whether it was a war or a peace treaty, the Jigo sect was not afraid. All right, you should prepare well. In the competition between the two sects, you'd better defeat Arcturus. Otherwise, I'm afraid that a war will be inevitable. Li Shuri sighed. If the two sects started a war, then the middle region would not be peaceful. Although he did not wish for a war to break out, the younger generation of the North Pole sect was not easy to deal with. He had heard that the most outstanding disciple of the North Pole sect had already stepped into the 9th Order Martial Honorable Realm. As for the other disciples, there were quite a few who had stepped into the 8th Order Martial Honorable Realm. From this, it could be seen that the younger generation of Arcturus disciples had great potential. In the first hall, the only ones that could be taken out were 3,000 Lights and Xiaoyang. Compared to Arcturus, they were too shabby. Even if Ao Lysian, Long Guanghai, Lin Shireen and Lin Shireen of the younger generation were also very good, they could not be compared to Arcturus. It was no wonder that the North Pole sect was so overbearing and imposing this time. It seemed that the competition between the two sects this time was really a bit mysterious. Xiaoyang left the main hall and returned to the cave. He met Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian Long Nu, 3,000 Desolation, 3,000 Streams, and the others. They were all very excited. They knew that they would be going to South Pole City tomorrow, so they were so excited that they could not calm down and cultivate. They were waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. Qiu Ringue, Bao Dating, Qin Fai, and Qin Fajing knew that Xiaoyang had returned and hurriedly followed him. They ate and drank with Xiaoyang to improve their friendship. At night, everyone began to sleep. Chapter 1066. Xiaoyang walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, 3,000 Light was standing, looking up at the full moon in the sky. A cool breeze blew, giving people a cool feeling. "Senior brother, what are you thinking about?" Xiaoyang chuckled and asked lightly. "I'm afraid that going to Antarctica City this time will not bode well. If a war breaks out, you should leave if you can." 3,000 Light was silent for a while, then said seriously, "Although they haven't gone to Antarctica City yet, they can already feel the huge pressure of Arcturus. Even someone as proud and conceited as 3,000 Light couldn't be proud at this moment. Under the huge pressure of Arcturus, his waist seemed to be bent. Senior brother, 3,000 Light, don't say such discouraging words. Don't worry with your junior brother here. I will definitely protect you and the Jigo sect." Xiaoyang said with confidence. Originally, he didn't have that much confidence, but after knowing that Antarctica City had a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure, his confidence suddenly soared. As long as he got that high-grade heaven-level magic treasure, then he could easily break through to Wu Zun's 9th stage cultivation, crossing 2 whole stages. At that time, his fighting strength would be comparable to King Wu's. Even if he met the most outstanding genius of Arcturus, even if he met the sect master of Arcturus, King Wu, he would still have the strength to fight. Then there would be no need for a war between the two sects, and they would still live a peaceful life. 3,000 Light glanced at the high-spirited Xiaoyang and said, "Junior brother Xiaoyang, among the young disciples of Arcturus, the most outstanding one has already reached the level of Wu Zun's 9th stage, and there are 5 or 6 who have reached the level of Wu Zun's 8th stage. And our fighting strength is only comparable to Wu Zun's 8th stage. In fact, our cultivation is only at the level of Wu Zun's 7th stage. We can't be compared to them. From the performance of this young generation, it can be seen that Arcturus is full of talents. Recently, once the battle started, the Jigo sect would be at a disadvantage. Not long after, Long Guanhai, Lin Shirin, and Ao Lycian also arrived. Although they begged to go to the South Pole City, they still acted as the main force of the competition. He didn't lower their status in the slightest because of their pleading attitude. "Greetings, senior brother Qianguang, senior brother Xiaoyang." They hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. Xiaoyang and 3,000 Lights also hurriedly returned the greeting. "Why are you here?" "We're leaving tomorrow." 3,000 Light asked with a smile. Ao Lycian's expression was solemn as he said, "I'm afraid that this trip to South Pole City will be filled with difficulties. That's why I'm here to discuss this before we depart. I'd like to ask if the two of you have any instructions." Long Guanhai and Lin Shirin also nodded. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, "Only a battle to the death." They could only fight to the death. With just a few words, Long Guanhai, Ao Lycian, and the others could feel the courage and determination behind those words. They all knew how powerful Arcturus was, but so what? At most, they would fight to the death and not retreat. Senior brother Xiaoyang is right. We're ashamed. Long Guanhai, Ao Lycian, and the others felt ashamed and blamed themselves. When they heard the news about Arcturus, they were so frightened that they couldn't sleep. As a matter of fact, they specially came to find 3,000 Lights and Xiaoyang to discuss countermeasures. Hearing Xiaoyang's answer, they immediately recovered their fighting spirit, excitement, fighting spirit, and unyielding. At most, they would die. It was just a matter of whether they died standing or kneeling. Chun Shi, 3,000 lights, and Xiaoyang led the thousands of elite disciples of the Jigo sect to the South Pole City. Each of them was filled with fighting spirit. Their expressions were excited, their blood was boiling, and they were full of pride. Xiao Linger naturally saw Xiaoyang and the respect everyone had for Xiaoyang. She was a little shocked again. She really didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so awesome and have such a high status. He could actually represent the Jigo sect to go to the South Pole City and confront Arcturus. After walking for a day, they arrived at the South Pole City. They set up camp in the South Pole City. As soon as they rested, they immediately received a letter of challenge from the North Pole City. 3 days later, both sides would have a competition in the North Pole City. Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights signed their names to accept the challenge. The messenger from Arcturus accepted the signed letter of challenge and then smiled. 2 messengers. Since the official matters are over, let's talk about private matters. The competition will be held in 3 days. Why don't we, the messenger from Arcturus, invite you to a banquet? What do you think? 3,000 lights said, the final battle is imminent. Let's forget about this private banquet. The reason why they refused was because they were worried that someone would misunderstand. Because all of them knew that it was very likely that they would lose this grand competition. If they got too close to the Arctic dragon and the others now, there would definitely be rumors that they went easy on them and colluded with Arcturus. This way, even if they were in the right, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. In order to prevent this from happening, of course, it was better to refuse. The envoy from the North Pole sect seemed to have expected this kind of thing. He immediately said with a smile, "Our North Pole sect's envoy, North Pole Azure Dragon, said that if you refuse, then this jade slip will be given to you." 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang looked at each other, not knowing what the other party was thinking. They looked at the jade scroll, thought about it, and accepted it. 3,000 lights was about to open it when the messenger from Arcturus said, "2 messengers, it's better to open it privately." Xiaoyang said with a cold face, "What's the harm in opening it now?" After all, it was better to open it publicly. This way everyone would know. So, 3,000 lights opened the jade scroll. The majestic voice of the Arctic dragon came out from the jade scroll. 3,000 lights, Xiaoyang, join us. You will be granted the position of elder. This was shouted with Wu Zun's cultivation of the 9th step. This powerful cultivation shocked Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights. Xiaoyang was the first to wake up. Seeing that the messenger from Arcturus was about to leave, he immediately shouted, "Tell your messengers, we will not retreat, we will not surrender, we will not surrender, we will only fight to the death." Then he smashed the jade scroll. Seeing that Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights were so determined, the messenger from Arcturus stopped smiling and showed a cold expression on his face. He snorted and said, "Then I wish you good luck, Humph." He turned and left. When he left, he muttered, "I gave you face, but you didn't want it." "What did you say?" Xiaoyang's ears were sharp, and he heard it at once. After roaring, he waved his hand and caught the messenger in front of him. The messenger from Arcturus was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Because Arcturus was powerful and had many talents, there was no need to be afraid of the Jigo sect. He shouted, "I said, you didn't want it when I gave you face." Slap. Xiaoyang gave him a slap. The messenger from Arcturus opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. He didn't expect that Xiaoyang would dare to hit him. It was too shocking. Chapter 1067. You dare to hit me? You're courting death. Don't you know that the 2 sects don't kill the messengers? The messenger of Arcturus screamed crazily. 3,000 lights also slapped him casually and shouted, "Noisy!" Thus, the messenger of North Gate didn't dare to shout anymore. Looking at the attitude of Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights, it was very likely that they would kill him. Xiaoyang said, What do you mean by you don't want face? Let me ask you, is your face big enough? While asking, he kept slapping the messenger's face. This was a slap to the face. It was also a complete humiliation to the other side, and it was also a provocation to Arcturus. Who asked the Arctic dragon to be so arrogant to send a messenger to humiliate Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights? This was an insult to the Jigo sect. Even if they died in this battle, the Jigo sect couldn't back down. As the representatives of the Jigo sect, Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights couldn't back down even more. Otherwise, Arcturus would definitely take advantage of them. Right now, they were constantly provoking the bottom line of the Jigo sect. Therefore, Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights knew that they had to be tough from the start. They couldn't be suppressed by Arcturus. Slapping the messenger of Arcturus was only a light punishment. It was already good enough that they didn't kill him. After slapping him more than 10 times, Xiaoyang finally let go of the messenger. With a cold face and a stern temperament, he narrowed his eyes and released a murderous intent. Go back and tell the Arctic dragon that if he wants to fight, then let's fight. If I, Xiaoyang, even frown, then I'm not a man. Scram! 3,000 lights also suddenly shouted and released Wu Zun's 7th rank power. A shocking wave of energy erupted from his body and instantly hit the messenger of Arcturus. The messenger of Arcturus screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out and hit a pillar. However, he did not dare to resist. He could only suppress the fear in his heart and stare angrily at the two of them. As the messenger of Arcturus and the lackey of the Black Dragon of the North Pole, he had always had a huge sense of superiority. He had thought that he could humiliate Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights and give the Jigo sect a severe blow. However, he didn't expect 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang to be so unyielding. They didn't put Arcturus in their eyes at all, much less a messenger like him. I really don't know if I should call them stupid or bold. Almost everyone knew that the Jigo sect was on the decline and could not be compared to Arcturus. The Jigo sect would be destroyed by Arcturus sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Now that 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang had provoked Arcturus, they were setting up a grudge against him. After the competition between the two sects, they would definitely slaughter the Jigo sect ruthlessly. Humph! The messenger of Arcturus snorted and said angrily, Xiaoyang, 3,000 lights, just you wait. You will pay for everything you have done. You will regret it. Then he hurriedly left. He left in a hurry, afraid that Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights would teach him a lesson again. There was no other way. The two ambassadors of the Jigo sect were too ruthless and too stubborn. He was young and frivolous. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. It was better to leave first. After the messenger of Arcturus left, 3,000 lights retracted his powerful aura. His expression became serious and his heart was heavy. Although he looked fearless before, in fact, before he came to South Pole City, he had already felt a great deal of pressure. Now that he had humiliated the messenger of Arcturus, he was afraid that it would increase the hatred between the two sections. At that time, Arcturus would definitely attack with great force. Xiaoyang glanced at 3,000 lights. Naturally, he knew what 3,000 lights was thinking. He comforted him. Brother 3,000 lights, you don't have to be so troubled. Don't worry. I will take responsibility for this matter with you. Only then did 3,000 lights feel better, but his heart was still heavy. There were many things that couldn't be done with just one's heart. One also needed to have the corresponding ability. At least until now, none of them could deal with Wu Zun's rank 9 Arctic Dragon. The Arctic Dragon was the leader of Arcturus this time. His strength was unfathomable. This time they had humiliated him, so he would definitely retaliate. Ao Lycian, Long Guanghai, Lin Shirin, Lin Xia, 3,000 lights, Qiu Rengue, Baudating Lan Jiaoya, and the others came in one after another. They entered the hall after seeing the messenger of Arcturus leave with injuries. Even if they didn't ask further, they could basically guess the whole story. It must be this messenger of Arcturus who provoked and insulted them. So he was attacked by 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang. Senior brother Qianguang. Senior brother Xiaoyang, what happened? Did that messenger of Arcturus come to humiliate us? I'll kill him right now. Qiu Ringui's face was cold and unfriendly as he asked angrily. Bao dating 3,000 lights, and the others were also angry. Don't. We've already taught him a lesson. We don't kill messengers in a battle between two sections. Let's not break this rule. Xiaoyang hurriedly stopped Qiu Ringui and the others. 3,000 lights then explained that messenger of Arcturus came to issue a challenge. In addition, he also represented the Arctic dragon and wanted to secretly win over brother Xiaoyang and me. That's why we angrily attacked and taught him a lesson. That's right. Even if the people of our Jigo sect die in battle, we will never submit to them as slaves. Xiaoyang said proudly. His will was firm and his attitude was resolute. The attitude of the two of them deeply influenced the others, causing them to make up their minds. Even if they lost this battle, they would fight to the death. Next, let's actively prepare for the battle. We've already signed the battle agreement, and it will be carried out in 3 days. When the time comes, we'll need everyone's efforts. Xiaoyang said seriously. Then he took out 10 jade slips and handed them to each of them. This is Qiu Rangui, Bao dating 3,000 lights, and 3,000 lights looked at Xiaoyang in confusion, not knowing why Xiaoyang gave them the jade slips. Ao Lysian, Long Guanghai, Lin Shirin, and Lin Xie didn't ask any more questions. They directly released their divine senses and checked the contents of the jade slips. When they saw it, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Oh my God! This was actually an even more perfect and profound cultivation method. Moreover, this cultivation method just so happened to be able to perfect their flaws. This was something they couldn't ask for. Brother Xiaoyang, this is too precious, isn't it? Lin Xie and Lin Shirin looked at Xiaoyang in shock, unable to believe it. They were 100% sure that if they cultivated according to the cultivation technique in the jade slips, they would definitely be able to break through their current realm. It was equivalent to Xiaoyang giving them a huge fortune and opportunity. Of course, this moved them. Ao Lysian Longguanghai and the others were shocked when they saw the two girls so surprised and happy. They quickly released their divine senses and checked the contents of the jade slips. They immediately saw the contents that made them excited.